grandmother's crack, nigga. What you thought you was gonna get? Gang. You put dope in the hood, what you get? Gang. You get a nigga like me running around, huh? Creeping through your back door, pause. You get a nigga like Wade out running around, huh? Let's go. This is the reason why I am the way I am. It's poison, baby.
All that we know is this game. All that we know is this life. All that we ever did see. Nothing but strife. Yeah, we know we need change. Yeah, we know we ain't right. So all we got was these days. You know we got was these nights. All that we know is this game. All that we know is this life. All that we ever did see. Nothing but strife. Yeah, we know we need change. Yeah, we know we ain't right. So all we got was these days. You know we know it's these nights. The government's eating they steak while they sitting there feeding us nothing but lies. The people they stuck with their faith and they praying, but stuck with the sky. Why would we ever know change? How will we ever know cause? All that we know is this lane. All that we know is the laws. How will I grow? How will I ever see gain? How will I ever get paid? How will it stop? How when I'm talking and talking, but all that they see is a slave? Why when I'm talking improvements ain't first? Why when I'm speaking my movements is words? Why when I'm teaching the real shit is curved? Why when you see me as cursed? Let me divert, nothing but truth that I'm speaking. Shots go off at the beacon. All of my leaders been killed. Wonder why we stuck with figures that's preaching. All dirty cops at the precincts. All politicians that's leeching. Can't find no doubt for no treatment. This is the life with the demons. All that we know is this game. All that we know is this life. All that we ever did see. Nothing but strife. Yeah, we know we need change. Yeah, we know we ain't right. So all we got was these days. You know we got was these nights. All that we know is this game. All that we know is this life. All that we ever did see. Nothing but strife. Yeah, we know we need change. Yeah, we know we ain't right. So all we got was these days. You know we know is these nights.
All I ever knew was game. All I ever knew was pain. Bobby Brown moving Ricky Bell. Call me poison, can you stand the rain? How my game supposed to change? All this Henny in my veins. How I'm supposed to feed my seed, mind full of greed, do it for the game. Teachers lying where the school is found. You say you love me, then you shoot us down. Gave me crimes, label me a slave. Destroy my hood, put me in the grave. A lot of people, they don't wanna change. All my homies fell in love with gang. Without burst the enemy. When you see me, had that energy. I ain't going to no FEMA camp, turn Uncle Tom into a memory. If I rule the world, it be Chinnicky. If I rule the world, it be Chinnicky. All I know is getting paper, praying to the Savior. Had to get it right. All I know is pulling bangers. Baby mama had to give me life.
All that we know is this game. All that we know is this life. All that we ever did see. Nothing but strife. Yeah, we know we need change. Yeah, we know we ain't right. So all we got was these days. You know we got was these nights. All that we know is this game. All that we know is this life. All that we ever did see. Nothing but strife. Yeah, we know we need change. Yeah, we know we ain't right. So all we got was these days. You know we know is these nights.
That's all y'all gave us, man. So we taking the rest. It's anarchy in the streets, nigga. Huh? That's all it is, nigga. Blood dripping. For the red, black, and green, nigga. Yeah. You know another one. Black power, RBG, all the time. Let go. Shining. Boom. Yeah.
Black skin, shining. Don't stare at the trip, it is blinding. Spaceships, flying. Just give us our land and the science. Patience, grinding. Just focus on money, no violence. Big drip, styling. Straight in the face of these tyrants. 500 years and some days. They all expect us to slack. Yes, we still bottom in wage. So keep your whole focus intact. Same type of problems as slaves. We gon' get justice and tax. So I give fuck what they say. Keep your perspective on black. They are so mad that we waking up. Now we got dripping intelligence. There is no chaser inside of our cups. Look at these gangsters be gentlemen. Yes, we did timing when timing was tough. Learn fast, there is no settling. Took on their games and we called out their bluffs. Had to learn game from the veterans. Look at the time that we sat up and put in. Rolled out the bunks with no comfort for cushions. Learned all they ways in this maze and we took ones. Straight in their face of their lies they was pushing. Now you staring at refinement. Ain't no breaking this alignment. Gold plated with some diamonds. 24/8 is the timing. Black skin, shining. Don't stare at the drip, it is blinding. Spaceships, flying. Just give us our land and the science. Patience, grinding. Just focus on money, no violence. Big drip, styling. Straight in the face of these tyrants. They bite off our styles and our different gifts. Then they play games with our minds. Microaggressions and inferences. Try to throw shade on our shine. They watch to make fun of our differences. That plus the hate made us climb. Walk through the mouth, count them distances. No, you not taking from mines. They drug us and want us to stay asleep. They blatant as hell with they moves. Now we got crimson on different keys. Dripping with berries and juice. We doing it loud, no being discreet. Shining with all of our jewels. We pushing for people that's hearing deceased. Big stepping on their rules. Black skin, shining. Don't stare at the drip, it is blinding. Spaceships, flying. Just give us our land and the science. Patience, grinding. Just focus on money, no violence. Big drip, styling. Straight in the face of these tyrants.
What's good, YouTube? Hope everybody's doing well, and feeling like they about to do something great for the Black movement. Everybody doing good. Shout out to y'all. Y'all haven't checked out the last couple streams. Make sure y'all go and check them out. We promise to keep making each stream way more impactful, way more educational, much more information. You are open to join the conversation. Again, I'm Brother Q, this is my platform. I am the founder of Zayax. I am a Zayaxian, if that we want to say that. First. But I embody, and I'll make that clear. There's not a lot of people, I'm gonna keep repeating that, but I embody the elements of a Pan-African Black nationalist. That's what I am, that's who I am, that's what I know. And I have no problem with promoting that and saying that. My perspective as a Pan-African and as a Black nationalist and in the world of Black empowerment has largely been based off of my beautiful parents who recently passed in this last, year and change. So I'm more than compelled to even go harder with the elements that created my essence. And that is Black empowerment, Pan-Africanism, Black nationalism, and just a pure essence of love for my people. You know what I'm saying? So my perspective is my perspective. There's other people that come on the platform who are Pan-African. Some of them are not Pan-African. Some are Black nationalists, so on and so forth. So you will have a plethora of perspectives that, that you may engage within the platform. And you're more than welcome to join the conversation. I don't try to make this a space where, it's just a Debo, it's my word or nothing. I don't really like platforms that's like that. I am really here for the engagement with my people and the connection with my people. So I use this platform and others to connect with Black folks, man. That's about empowering our people. So if you're one of those people, let's connect. You know what I'm saying? Let's connect. Now, reparations. Definitely going to be a nice conversation. And I'd rather keep it right there on reparations. All this other stuff is cool. The Fat Joe talk and all this other stuff. But the real conversation is reparations. We only going to have conversations based off of when people attack or so on and so forth. That's one thing. But for me, the primary point of my conversations is about empowering the Black community. Whether or not you are for reparations, is my opinion that you should support reparations for Black people, simply because it's the statement, restoring and dealing with the damages that were done to a people. And so I find it very disheartening in 2025 that
70% of America is against repairing the damages that were done to black people. Now, I'm not going to take the angry black guy approach in this. I'm going to take you're more than likely ignorant, and I'm just going to outsmart you approach. So my initial, or rather, to make it make sense for me in the argument, and is to make sure that we understand the variables involved in the conversation when having specifically the discussion on reparations. Ignorance. Most people, black people included, are ignorant to the history of black people. Let's just be clear on that. Most people do not know the contributions, plight, struggles, and fight that black people have had to endure while being in this country. This is unfortunately a fact. So I don't think we should be angry in our discussions, but rather see it as an opportunity to educate. Because since most people don't know shit, why ask them versus just teach them why it's due? It is my first time really having a perspective on, like, we need to teach the world in much the same way that you see the Jews consistently teaching the world of the atrocities that happened during the Holocaust, right? We can and we must do the same thing, right? Consistently reminding the world of what was done to black people and the perspective that slavery that was 400 years ago and the issues that black people faced ended with the original sin. Now, I see some people in the chat saying they not getting, and I want to immediately jump to that. So I'm going to go past the definitions. But one of the other groups that is our issue in the community is the adobo whites. I call adobo whites Latinos. Latinos make up one of the fastest growing portion of whites in America. And they are also against black people's reparations. Now, not all of them, however, unfortunately, from what we're seeing data-wise, yes, majority of them. So I want to be very clear on that. And so when we hear sentiments that come up from, that group or other groups that are within that group that are against us, don't be surprised, man. Don't be surprised. So we're going to go down some data. We're going to go down some research, right? And that's just pretty much what it is. So reparations, restoring and dealing with the atrocities that were committed against black people. And so now for me as a Pan-African black nationalist, what do I mean when I say that, let's go down. So I'm going to connect these points. Let's see. Let's go here first. I'm going to have a lot of articles. I'll try to post the links to the articles and the videos as I go through them. But as you know, it's sources over derelicts over here. So if you want to join the conversation, just be smart, please. Later on, but right now, I'll put the link in the chat only for people that want to add to the conversation and specifically people who are against reparations. And why, at the same time, are people bringing up Pan-Africans? I have no clue. FBAs, anybody. All right, so that's the first part. So that's gonna be the first part. So yes, this article, I think I put the link in the chat. Remind me if I forget to put the links and if I need to zoom in some more. All right, so this is the National African American Reparations Commission. This article is from July 20th, 2022 by Oscar Blayton San Diego Voice and Viewpoint. To many Americans, reparations is a dirty word when applied to Black folks. Numerous obstacles are thrown like so many stone walls surrounding European castles when it comes to discussing reparations for losses suffered by African Americans due to slavery, segregation, and institutional racism. For years, policies have been designed to keep Black folks from the enjoyment of life made possible by economic progress. And arguments against reparations for African Americans are thrown up by whites with such hubris and self-assured righteousness that it's hard not to believe those arguments are born out of notions hard not to believe those arguments are born out of notions of white supremacy. A brief survey of history of reparations easily exposes the weakness of those arguments, right? And so why I bring this up, because we're going to go into, of course, we're going to discuss about show the definitions of what reparations is. 100 racks, that's crazy. I just looked in the chat. He said, I know you feel comfortable disrespecting Black people around Pan Africans. That's crazy. I don't even know who these people are. But why would you say he feels comfortable? So this is what we're going to bring this up, because this is why I'm going to say this. Your view of Black nationalism and Black empowerment is largely because of Pan Africans. Let's be very clear. Ricans disrespect us. What Ricans I let disrespect? What are you talking about? One of the racks. You want to click the link early before it gets to, if I go on. Because you always be having these moments in the chat. Now I'll be lost, bro. I'd be lost, bro. Should be weird and shit. Psycho and I are some of the only Black Africans on YouTube that's consistent. I don't know what you talking about, bro. Letting Puerto Ricans, like we let Fat Joe in the conversation. That's crazy. That's crazy. That's crazy. So those against reparations. Yeah, y'all want the link. Y'all can both hit the panel real quick before it gets too early, before it gets too late while it's early, because I'm definitely not gonna let y'all interrupt the show. Let y'all come out later on and do the shenanigans. But right now, yeah, I'm by myself, so y'all come up here, you know what I'm saying? But let's just be clear, them sources. I let you know I got a full clip lined up. So if you're Latino and you haven't researched this, you might want to sit back. If you're white supporter, you might want to sit back. And if you don't know the history, Black American history that well, I suggest you sit back. Just being real with y'all. Reparations. Amenhotep, here I go again. Why do Blacks deserve reparations? And who's against it? Why did I put this title? It's because I found that there's a lot of people that don't even know what the term means, and they're against it. Not Black people. Everybody else. So we have to attack the algorithm. Right? And so we need to be pushing Black reparations, restorative justice in all of the algorithms. That is the tempo right now. Oh, there's no evidence of a Black race. You don't belong over here. Y'all can snipe him. You can snipe him. I thought you was an intellectual. Next. Yeah, anybody who's like, you know what I'm saying, clearly, you know what I mean, they gotta go. This is not a room. This is not a, what you call it, a dual learning room. You know, this isn't a mixed population room. And here you have to be high functioning. It's not going to work. You got to have passed, you know, at least algebra and trigonometry. You got to be able to at least read on a, you know, collegiate level. Write on a collegiate level. Right, and process information on a collegiate level. If you can't do that, these conversations become mundane, boring, and misdirected. I'll be honest with y'all. And I'm saying that from the most conceited, nose in the air, bourgeoisie perspective. Sit your little $2 ass down and learn, motherfucker, learn. So let's continue forward. So the people that are against reparations, according to this commission, one, for the 5 of the arguments raised against reparations are, they are logistically impossible. They would worsen the national debt. Reparations for slavery won't help the black community. Slavery did not benefit white America financially very much. Race hustlers would end up with the money and continue to demand more. Okay. Right? Sounds good. Sounds good. Right? And so just to make sure y'all know that when we say who's against reparations, it's clear who's against reparations. It's not black people. It's white people and other people that claim to be white. Latinos, Asians. Indians, I don't know whose side they on. They looking like they're going with Trump. They don't really, you know what I'm saying? So I think black folks, if we want to sell it to if we want to be the country, got to be involved. That's a reality. It's you know, when you go to these city council meetings, you go to the government legislative discussions where this is happening, at you have new Americans on those panels who have no connection to the history of America. They've been here 35 years. The same arguments FBAs have with, you know, this is not Africans on the panel. These are Latinos, Asians. Latinos and Asians are the ones who are against reparations more than anybody. Right? And I don't know. But, you know, let's just be clear on who's against. Yo, my bad, y'all. My wires, I don't know what the hell I just did. My wires all just unplugged on some, you know, the government unplugged my wires, man. The government came into my crib and they unplugged my wires on some, don't you be talking about no conspiracy. Don't you be telling no black folks against who's against reparations. My bad, y'all. We back at it. Right? So, reparations, restoring the damages, or at least addressing the issues, right? Addressing the issues. And so consistently, white people have been against addressing the issues. Y'all hear me? What the hell going on? Yo. Y'all can hear me in the chat? Yo. All right, there we go. All right. Let me get a 1 in the chat if y'all hear me now. Y'all can hear me now in the chat? All right, cool. Right, so. All right. So here we go right here. So this is what we talking about. So you see this person right here? Y'all always talking about reparation. Y'all niggas is broke as fuck, ain't got no money. This is why I have a whole different view of W.E.B. Du Bois. And we're going to be discussing that as one of the founders of Pan Africanism, and how what he was arguing as what we should be doing with the talented 10th and the idea of the talented 10th. And it doesn't mean that, I think people took that term and went multiple ways with it. And the reality is you do find a talented 10th in wherever category you're in for Black people. And if those Black people were socially developed around continuing the legacy and pushing the plight of Black people and keeping the story of Black people in the face, you don't hear Mark Zuckerberg say, forget about the Holocaust. You don't hear the French saying, forget about the French Revolution. You don't hear America saying, yo, forget about putting embargoes on Haiti. That was hundreds of years ago. You don't hear France saying, Haiti, you don't owe me this money. So all of a sudden, we supposed to forget about what was done to us and what's owed to us. Luckily, that's not how it works. Reparations is already happening. It's already happening. The argument for reparations in the way it's been happening has been challenging, but the discussion is going on. And if we just understand that this discussion is going on. Now, if you're not with pushing the discussion on reparations, go away. We don't even know who we are. You don't know who you are. I'm sitting on almost 150 years of history right now on my palm. I'm ready to do a whole video on my FBA quote unquote lineage. I got all types of pictures and documents right now. I just came back from the family. I got all types of shit right now. My shit going back. I got damn near pictures of going 1850. I got a bunch of family members born prior to the, or right at the turn of the country, right after the, Emancipation Proclamation. Yeah, I got a bunch of So that I got that's dope. But the point is, reparations is about addressing what was done to Black people. So I don't know what my economic position has to do with addressing what was done to Black people. And luckily, you're not smart enough to be in the conversation. That's just the reality of it. Why listen to people who are not intellectually developed and proven worldwide? And so I'm not arguing with you because you're not an issue. The 33% or 32% of Black people who are against reparations are not the issue. I'm just gonna be real with you. So you don't even bother me, right? Let's look at some intellectuals. Read out some intellectuals. This article was created by Institute of Darren Asamugal, whatever, Institute Professor of Department of Economics, Massachusetts Institute of Technology, MIT. This is 2017. I'm not interested in talking to you in the chat. You barely got your GED, more than likely. I'm just being real. You got some community college stuff. Your argument is not referenceable. Your research has never been even thought about being accomplished. You know what I'm saying? There's published and documented research that's already supporting reparations. The challenge is figuring out how it's going to be amended and what actually needs to be addressed and how to address it. But reparations is already being talked about. So, that's just what it is. So this article, actually, I had my students read it. Very powerful article, dope information. And this is for me the framework in which I discuss reparations and also address the plight and also the context in which Black people should be focusing on is from a perspective based off of the development of the institutions that came out of colonialism. That is the reality we're in, and how to understand the modern systems of the modern systems we're in is based off of our understanding of colonialism. And I find that most people do not have a grasp even on the word colonialism, and furthest thing from the history of colonialism, who was involved in the colonizing of United States territory and the colonizing of the Western Hemisphere, and how that process affected the people who were here, the people who were brought here, and the people who actually created this. All three groups were affected. One group is in a position that is superior to the other groups based off of the realities that were created during reparations. And so understanding the effects of this is very much important. And it should be the foundation of our argument. Benjamin sounds pretty gay. Gotta turn your camera on first, bro. I ain't gonna lie. Based off your name. Oh, that's the homeboy. Oh, I wasn't sure. No, you know I'm a hood nigga, son. So my bad, OG. What's good, OG?
You just street, bro. That's all right. I ran across to and fro. So
what's good, OG? My bad. No disrespect.
Yeah, I just came across the topic, bro. You know, with reparations, and said maybe I want to just stop by and chime in, bro.
Are you in support for reparations?
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Beautiful.
Totally. 110%.
So, again, I'm not listening to Black people's perspective on economy. We're not arguing against Black people. Let me show the Pew data so we can all be on the same page. So, according to Pew data, and this is in 2021, then we can pull up the more recent one, and both of these pretty much state that, and it's been consistent. Right? We go back to the one done in early 2000. White people have been consistently against reparations. Go to the 80s, consistently against reparations. The largest group against reparations has been consistently white people.
Correct. I agree with that.
Discussions about atonement for the enslavement of Black Americans have a long history in the United States. And efforts towards reparations for slavery and racial discrimination have moved forward in some places in recent years. In 2021, Evanston, Illinois became the first U.S. city to create a reparations plan for its Black residents. And California that year set up the nation's first state-level reparations task force. Earlier this year, Harvard University created a $100 million legacy of slavery fund to allow scholars and students to examine the university's connections to slavery. So, before I go in any further, this is the current climate we're in. So, if you're one of those people like, don't think about reparations, I don't want to talk to you. As you see, Howard University is putting up $100 million of its own money to investigate its own history, and you could so why get in the way? First and foremost, this is just basic code talk. Why get in the way? There's no reason to get in the way. Everything should be supporting this and pushing the conversation around dealing with the history that Black people had to endure. This is not to say Black people aren't going to push forward. This doesn't mean that Black people aren't going to push forward, nor does this mean that Black people are not going to push forward. Because historically, white people have been against Black people in every conjunction of the way. Yes, there are white people that have given Black people and helped Black people as well, but the large majority of white people have been against Black people. So, this is not a discussion about your uncle's friend who was cool or random white abolitionists. Shout out to those white folks. Thank you for what you're doing. But right now, we need those white folks to find way more white folks that do what? Would need to push reparations. It's just
Well,
that
I'm in California, so we just went through that. You know, that's that's the reason why I said to hell with Governor Newsom. So I don't know if you heard of Mr. Peoples. Uh, he had the slave ship that used to go around to campuses, universities, and I remember in Sacramento sitting in on the debates and discussions around reparations, and they had exploratory committee to take different pieces of what compensatory damages and reparations would look like based on the current value of the US dollar today with compound interest. And the total came up to something just California, over $1 trillion. So Gavin Newsom voted that down. He's a punk as far as I'm concerned, and he's a snake. He's slithery, and so like you said, we got to keep pushing forward on this because it is due us. It is due us based on compensatory damages and the dollar amount or any financial fiduciary amount is not going to remedy the problem. But the fact that it's owed to us, reparation, that's without a shadow of doubt.
Yep. If anybody wants to add to why it's owed, that's why I put in the title, Why Do Blacks Deserve Reparations? Taz has, he's kind of known for arguing, not to say against reparations, but taking the position paused of someone to make sure people have a in-depth understanding of why they're stating reparations.
Right.
So you should be able to come up, and anybody here in the panel, give 5 reasons. And I don't want to hear slavery, 48 acres and a mule. They took us from Africa. No, we need to be a lot more explicit in our descriptions, and it's specifically who we're targeting and how we're targeting.
Right, I agree.
UK Arsenal said, why would you not be better getting reparations from the people who sold you? Those same people sold you to Islam. So UK Arsenal. So some of these, I don't know if y'all have done research, because these questions that y'all pose, and I'm be very nice, or rather more amicable in my approach. The questions that y'all pose are founded in, a lack of understanding of history. That's why, I'm showing this here so we can know the data. So you keep hearing me say white people are against reparations. You don't think I'm just saying it to say it. You know what I mean? This is based off of actual statistics. Like, Americans view the prospect of reparations most negatively. A 2021 Pew research survey found 3 in 10 U.S. adults say descendants of enslaved people in the U.S. should be repaid in some way. That means 70% of America is against reparations.
Yeah.
But not black folks. 70, and I said the number earlier wrong. 23%. I'm sorry, not 32%. 23% of black people are against reparations. Right? 77% of black Americans compared to 18% of white Americans. And that's actually an improvement, just so you know. The data I have from 2000, if I'm not mistaken, it was 4% of white people did not want reparations for black people. So, yeah.
And then you have to go ahead, bro.
Not good.
But at the same time, depending on what year, what decade, what whether we're in a general election or primary election, and the fact that UK Arsenal posted that comment, the UK paid Irish reparations. So during the Irish Republican Army uprising, when they was battling against the English paid reparations once they settled that deal and signed that deal into law. The UK paid reparations. I particularly think, even with some black folks and some, particularly the majority of the white folks that are against reparations, they just can't see reparations being relevant to modern times. And they always fall back on those old arguments. Well, I wasn't around when slavery was in. I wasn't around when, but they don't understand the extension of racism, white supremacy is a linear system that has been.
Yeah. Now continue.
Go ahead.
It's
been in control of economics, education, entertainment, politics, sex, war, religion, labor, and law. Those major 9 areas, those people that classify themselves as white have been in control of 85 to 90% of the world's resources in all of those major 9 areas that I just pointed out. The question I would ask those that are against, go through peer review research and tell me and let us know how many nations, whether it be non-black people in America or anywhere else on this planet, who have been paid reparations and got those reparations either through the Hague, through the United Nations, or through the states in which the crimes were committed, the countries where the crimes were committed and perpetrated. See, no person that has any empathy and sympathy about human suffering, whether it be individually or collectively. But the only ones that tend to do that is so-called misinformed black people and these Aryans who've never believed that if it was up to if we went around and counted all the multiple states and countries, from Portugal to the French, all those that the Belgians, the Boers that participated in slavery of black people, and I scattered them all abroad, the total would be so astronomical, they'll probably just faint at just seeing the number.
Well, we don't really, why I said the historical aspect is not included. Imperialism.
Mm-hmm. Correct.
When people bring up Africa and in terms of reparations, they're speaking on the kingdoms that were there. Imperialism removed those kingdoms.
They might have kingdoms and the rulers of Africa. Yeah, so they default to that. Well, why did they sell them? Well, the question is, if you thought it was inhumane,
we even got to go down the line of that part. It's just historically out of context, and the periods. Like, I'd rather keep the drill going on the context and understand what is being sold. Like Wale just said, empathy and sympathy, and that's a great point in context of this here, right? Black Americans most likely to say legacy of slavery affects black people in the U.S. at least a fair amount, right? White people, 50% of white people, then they believe that slavery affects black people. Just think about that.
Correct.
Hispanics, 64%. Asians, 80%. However, these same groups do not feel that there should be any repairing for it. So I want to be clear that reparations is about repairing what was done. That's the first and foremost part. Repairing the damages. How do you do it? I know you're just saying the check, but it's
financial compensatory damages is just a part of it. That's a segment of it. But to reinstate and return, this is such a it's not complicated in the sense of being the victim or having residual effects like PTSD from institutional and colonial racism, white supremacy. But even if you look at the modern day system, how it's set up, the system is set up to extend and retrofit and expand the very system that brought slavery even into existence under a racial classification. See, and these other groups that say, oh, no, it's not the Asians or what have you. In their mindset, it's not their problem. They didn't do anything. It happened so long ago. Even if you're looking at the past decade, they don't see the damage. They don't, because that damage and those type of tactics of subjugating people based on racial classification hasn't been perpetrated against them by those people that classify themselves as white.
Literally, you going down the points. I'm gonna bring all these articles up, kind of like displaying, illustrating rather what you was just saying. Here you see here, y'all. Let me go to the other screen. My bad. Black Americans are much more likely to identify with or lean toward Democratic Party. Only about 1 in 10 black voters identify or lean toward the Republican Party as of 2020. White voters are even more split, but that's here nor there. This part right here is the main part, in which more than 8 in 10 Democrats say the legacy of slavery affects black people in the U.S. a fair or great deal. More than 50% that of Republicans, right? Only 29% of Republicans feel that slavery affects black people. That's crazy.
Yeah, I came across that same report. I did that same peer review report I came across. See, they've been looking into this concept, or this system of paying reparations. They've been paying organizations and think tanks to come up with what would be a viable and reasonable way of compensating black people for slavery. And the numbers are going to fluctuate, but they're always going to be, when it comes to white people, they're going to be in the high high percentile as far as no, in the low percentile as far as those that believe that reparations is due to black people in America.
Well, I think that's,
got all these.
I was like, that's the, like this, you're right in that with the in the Census 2021 survey, the 30% of Americans who favored reparations were also asked about the institutions and individuals who bear responsibility for repayment. They were presented with 4 options: the U.S. federal government, businesses and banks that profited from slavery, colleges and universities that benefited from slavery, and descendants of families who engaged in the slave trade. 3/4 of the reparation supporters say the federal government has all or most of the responsibility to pay the descendants of enslaved people.
Correct.
A smaller share, though still majority, says businesses and banks that profited from slavery, 60%, have all or most of the responsibility. Fewer say the same about college universities who benefited from slavery, and descendants of families who engaged in slavery, the slave trade, 44%. Right? So the federal government argument is where people get caught up in the taxes issue.
Right.
So, and this is crazy to me, because this gets into when people argue about taxes. If these people feel the federal government is responsible, I want to question your 1040. I'm arguing that majority of these people are paying $3,000 in taxes.
If that.
I want to be very clear on where the percentage of your does this take from the taxes? Do you think, and I think that's one of the misconceptions that are stated with the taxes, your view of the responsibility of the federal government's debt or incumbrance of debt is really not really that much important. Like, the government's going to pay its bills and pay what it is, and your percentage of tax is your percentage of tax. That's what is regardless. You're going to pay your income tax, and the government's going to decide how to use your income tax. Majority of the country did not want to pay for the war in Ukraine, nor the Vietnam War. Majority of the country,
but they paid it.
But they did.
But they paid it. Indirectly or directly, they paid it.
But understand, your individual transaction was done based off of you being in the country and having the ability to make income. So I think people get confused with the tax argument, and I think we have to be very specific in how we handle that argument going forward. Like, because there's a fear that these new people have of their money. And so we have
Yeah,
almost 10
of their
million.
money, their resources, their money, their income, their ability to make and produce income, and how much of that is going to be taxed or allocated toward paying reparations. But if you look at the Constitution, Article 10, Sections 8 and 9 states that only Congress can coin money and regulate the value thereof. That means that it takes a 2/3 majority vote of Congress to determine the value of a cent, a half a cent, a dollar, a $5 bill, a $10 bill. So based on the fact that they're already pumping counterfeit money into the economy, they can print the money. They can produce the capital right out of thin air. They do it every day. That's what's paying for the war in Ukraine. That's what's paying for funding the shoring up of the Israeli government and a lot of other governments. They print this money out of thin air. But what they get back in return is natural resources from countries where they have all these military bases in, where they're already doing more damage or doing the same damage they did, but on a mechanized level from what it was probably in the 1800s, 1700s, or the 1500s. But it's still economical warfare and cheap labor at no cost, or if anything, at minimal cost.
That's a fact. That is a fact. Can't deny that. Where's this article? I'm sorry, I'm trying to pull up this other article.
Now, see, this is one of those this UK Arsenal comment, those kind of comments, But hey, we're on a platform.
Yeah,
that's one of those. That's one of those asymmetrical division tactics. The enemy of my friend is the enemy of my friend. Enemy of my enemy is my friend, Sun Tzu. You see, so he says, go to Islam, go to those that sold you. No, I'm going to the Christians, the Muslims, and all those that were a party to the system and the institution, and even the slave ship, those that own the slave ship, the ones that pack the cargo and their property on those ships from 1555 to the latter part of the 1800s. All of them. So the seller, the trader, the merchandise keeper, all of them owe damages for their participation in the system because they're the ones that designed the system.
I hear what you're saying. That's why this article I've been so the economic impact of colonialism, right? The immense economic inequality we observe in the world today is the path-dependent outcome of a multitude of historical processes, one of the most important of which has been in European colonialism. Skip all that other part, right? The immense inequality we observe in the world today didn't happen overnight or even in the past century. It is the path-dependent outcome of a multitude of historical processes, one of the most important of which has been European colonialism. Retracing our steps 500 years or back to the verge of this colonial project, we see little inequality and small differences between poor and rich countries, perhaps a factor of 4. Now the differences are a factor of more than 40. And if we compare the richest to the poorest countries in the world, what role did colonialism play in this? Right? I want to be clear. You see this factor of 4. Right, so that's the difference. That's the difference in what is being stated. So before colonialism, countries had a difference in 4, a factor of 4, right? Rich. So if you were rich in one country, your differences weren't that different compared to another country. Post-colonialism, factor of 40. So when people are bringing up, there's the economic wealth gap, this is a well-documented institution of the institutional differences. right? In our research with Simon and Johnson, we have shown that colonialism has shaped modern inequality in several fundamental but heterogeneous ways. In Europe, the discovery of the Americas and the emergence of mass colonial project, first in the Americas and then subsequently in Asia and Africa, potentially helped to spur institutional and economic development, thus setting in motion some of the prerequisites for what has become the Industrial Revolution. By the way this worked, but the way this worked was conditional on institutional differences within Europe. In places like Britain, where an early struggle against the monarchy had given parliament. So this is why, right, just to make sure why this part here, and not just from this document, from other teachings I've had, understanding colonialism helps us understand the context to which Black people have had to endure, or what we rather endured, and how we actually fought through these different places, right? And so that's very important. So when we just throw out the able conversation and different things, we have to be in context that America had primarily 4 different colonial factions in the country, in and about at the same time, pretty much at the same time, warring with simultaneously. And they had different ways in which they governed the people and how they operated. The United States is an amalgamation of those pre-existing colonial systems. And so understanding the context of that is extremely important for Black people throughout the diaspora. It doesn't matter if you're in LA, Chicago, America, Jamaica, Panama. It doesn't matter where you are at. And going past that, transnationality wise, for Black people, Asians, people of the Polynesian areas, all of these areas, it's important that we understand who these people are, right? And so these colonial groups, how they developed and what institutions were developed around these groups. And so that's a very important aspect of the conversation. So it's like, to understand reparations, you have to understand the damage, and at the same time, the benefit. The benefit is not just about what was done to us, but it's also the understanding that what was done to us created the plant that you position where you are at.
Correct. And that's the reason why I use the major 9 areas of United Compensatory Code System, a textbook for thought, speech, and action for victims of racism, white supremacy. Dr. Neely Fuller says, if you don't understand racism, white supremacy, and all of its major 9 areas, economics, entertainment, education, politics, sex, war, religion, labor law, everything you do understand will only confuse you. Let me just break this down to you, but just the institution of making a slave. Okay, slave. Okay, slave auction, an auction where slaves are sold. Slave Coast, the coast of West Equatorial Africa between Benin and Volta rivers, a center of slavery traffic from 16th century to the latter 19th century. Slave driver, an overseer of slaves. 2, a hard taskmaster. Slave holder, a person who owns slaves. Slaver, a noun, a dealer in or an owner of slaves. So they had even the mechanism, they even had the category classification from once you got off the ship, which stripped you of your.
That's why can't we go through this article and this other ones? It's basing it, keeping it institutionalized and seeing it from there, so we know where to gravitate and where to attack when it comes to our argument. So I'm with you on that there, brother. But if you have any links, anybody joining, you've got links that you want to pose, information that's in support of why Black.
Can I ask you a question, Q?
Yes, sir.
Who's so you for reparations, right?
Mm-hmm.
So who's supposed to pay the reparations to all these Black people?
Well, who's paying the reparations to all these Ukrainians?
No, brother, hold on, real fast, brother. I'm talking to Q real fast. I got a report with Q.
Apologies, bro. Go ahead.
For sure, brother. Appreciate you. I appreciate the scholarship too. Q, who's supposed to pay the reparations to all these people?
That's what the research study. That's what I just posed up in the article for Pew. they listed 4 groups that they can hold accountable. And the study, they said out of the 30%, most people said the federal government. Second after
The
that,
federal government supposed to pay. This United States supposed to pay for every other. I mean,
no. That's not how. No, the specific colonial region has to deal with the colonial faction.
So France will have to pay to all the African nations, the Congo, shit like that, and like France will have to pay to Haiti. And
exactly.
Okay. Now, I'm with that, but I don't believe the United States should have to pay everything. The United States need to pay who they owe. Spain need to pay who they owe.
Well, I would say the imperialism is very ugly, and so when we're saying reparations, I think one thing that has happened in the Black conversation is that it's only connected with slavery. And for me, what I say is colonialism, post-colonialisms, and the systems that developed out of colonialism. That to me is that's where we discuss Jim Crow, we discuss the civil rights era, we discuss globalization, we discuss antebellum America. These periods, Black people had experiences in different ways that were just as that continued the institutions that developed in colonialism. And so slavery was the foundation of was a foundating component of these institutions, but slavery was a part of the greater system that developed, which eventually turned into globalization.
What I'm asking though is who everybody should pay who they wrong, right? Or do America pay for all of it?
No, that wouldn't be correct. Everybody pays what they're supposed to do. I said that.
Everybody pay for who they. I'm with that. That's all our argument is as an FBA. That's all our argument is. Everybody pay for who got wrong. If you got wrong in Haiti, the French don't owe me nothing. They owe the.
But that's the argument. So, for example, if we're discussing slavery in America and you're in the Mississippi, the colonial period for slavery in the Mississippi was owned by the French.
I think you understand what I'm saying, brother.
No, but I'm saying now in America, so America becomes a very different type of case because of the different colonial factions. So when people argue slavery, and now the argument becomes, does America take ownership for the debts or the atrocities connected to the pre-existing corporation? So for me, I want everybody to be clear in being able to make that argument where when making that statement, if you're in California and Mexico, Texas, Florida, these regions were underneath Spanish colonial rule. New York was underneath different colonial factions at different times. So making sure that we all understand when we're saying the federal government assumed the
here's the problem with that, right? Here's the problem with that, right?
Challenge. Challenge, rather.
What? I don't get what you're saying. What you saying?
The challenge.
Oh, here's my challenge, right? If everybody should pay what they owe, who did you wrong? This is the whole point. Like it ain't we not this is not Spain. This is not France. This is America. Whoever America wrong, you should pay that. America should
I know, but America, the United States,
whoever did you wrong when you was that's why we deal with lineage and we deal with paperwork. That's all we deal with. Everybody give us such a hard time for that. We don't deal with oral traditions, none of that. Just lineage, paperwork, what we can prove. So, all right, let's say this was your family was here under when the Spanish, we said California, Florida, all that type of shit. All right, all right. If you can trace your lineage back to whatever they was doing up under Spanish rule, all right then. Yeah. But you can't just come over here and ask for something that you weren't here for. That's what we saying. I can't go to Haiti and say if I move to Haiti.
This is why I'm stating to you. This is why I'm stating to you. Well, one particular case for reparations is slavery. I personally think we should separate it.
Right.
And itemize it very specific because the system of colonialism had different errors that forced Black people through different types of suffering. the major component historically has been slavery. However, post-slavery, there was other components in which white people enacted to keep black people from being able to compete in this country and live the liberties that they were told that they were going to have. And
but
so,
those people you speak of, they came over by choice. That's the point. That's the
no,
thing.
so choice doesn't matter. Choice doesn't matter in it when it
No,
comes to
it does if you know you're signing up for it.
No. Understand, you don't sign up to be violated. That's
yes,
incorrect.
you do. If you know what's going on and you know where you're going.
Can you source that? When you come to America as a citizen,
right here. If I see a crackhead,
no. We're not doing that. We're gonna keep it organized. When a person becomes a citizen in America, they are obligated to follow the laws of America, and vice versa. America is obligated to provide said rights. And when your rights are violated, you have the right to hold whoever violates your rights accountable. So we have to be clear on that.
What you're saying is that everybody that's so-called black deserve a portion of reparations then.
No. The previous statement I said was that reparations should be itemized so that way we can be specific to the different damages.
That's itemized. You get a portion because your item, you were here for Jim Crow, or you were here for this.
So we're saying the same thing. That's the same statement.
No, that's what you're saying. I know what you're saying. You're saying that it should be.
But you're saying that because somebody came on a ship to America. But
then I gotta answer you this then. Who was black? Who was entitled to these? Who was wrong then? Who was wrong? America had
but these are very, like, this is why I'm going down.
Black. You claiming you black. Who was a part of your group?
What do you mean a part of the group? So
you claim you black. You claim that you're a black man, right? Am I correct? I've seen some of your videos, huh?
Let's slow this down, like, so we can have an understanding. So I asked earlier, you could just source up, you can share your screen, you're on a computer, your information, so we can have a clarity of it. So
I'm just asking a question. I'm just asking a question right now.
Black people in America defined as black are people who are considered of African descent. That is on the Immigration Act, and that has been.
Is Fat Joe black?
No, Fat Joe is black. Why would you say that?
He said he was black. He claims he's Puerto Rican. It was slaves that went to Puerto Rico.
Why are we discussing Fat Joe when we're
I'm just wondering, I'm trying to get a reference that we all can see.
But no, hold on. Understand your reference historically was to the 1800s.
I got one.
So you're taking away from the context. We're not trying to do this type of shit, show.
All right, I'm gonna get out of here though, brother. I appreciate you. As possible. Let me say this though.
Let me know. Get the count of what it costs, man.
What happened?
Okay, Vivo.
Peace. Yeah.
I just want to ask you a question, bro.
Nah, don't interview him.
Okay, go.
Bro, I thought you was having a fair space here.
We are, but it's not point. The interviewing is not gonna.
You wanted to challenge my point. Don't we deal with scholarship? Ain't that what you saying?
Then present the information so it can be challenged.
He wanted the information I presented. He wants to challenge it. He's saying, can he ask me a question? Not disrespectful, brother. What's the issue?
I said,
I'll stick with the moderators' rules. With the moderators and
I appreciate what you're doing, Q. Better. I appreciate y'all, man. I appreciate y'all pushing the message forward. So any way we can get our message out here on behalf of FBA, any way we can get it out, we appreciate what y'all doing. We appreciate our names in the title. We just appreciate the whole, because we need everybody talking about this, even the ones that's against FBA, even the ones that's for FBA, the people, we even need the crackers, the white devils, everybody, the Chinese talking about it. We need to make this part of the world's lexicon.
Okay,
so I appreciate everybody doing that.
Hold on for a minute, brother. Let me just read you what we've been dealing with in California.
He left already, King.
Okay. I'll just read it. No matter, even if it's just between you and I. In California, what here in the district I live in the state that I live in, since 1992, I've been affiliated in dealing with brothers and elders that has been dealing with the governor of the state of California under Assembly Bill number 3216. And it starts off as an act or amend section of 51220 of and add to subsection 52263 to educate those regarding in education in all academia regarding reparations. It says the legislative digest course of study in social science existing laws prescribe the adopted course of study from grade 7 to grade 12 including courses on social science as to how slavery should be taught and its human rights and its issues regarding the Black Holocaust, thereby imposing a state mandate, local program. This bill also would require the State Department of Education to incorporate into publication that provides examples of curriculum resources for teachers, use those materials developed by the private sources that are age appropriate and consistent with Assembly Bill 3216. And it says the California Constitution requires the state to reimburse local agencies and schools for this regarding this mandate. And also it states that the committee and body within the assembly will set up and reach out to those that are PhDs, those that are academics in sociology, anthropology, and also mental health. All those
Yo, y'all hear me? Y'all he there?
okay.
You cut out, bro.
Wait.
Yeah.
Okay, but anyway, to sum it up, basically it's to sum that assembly bill up. It's to deal with the human rights violation, genocide of slavery, and those of the Black Holocaust. The California Constitution will take up this matter in their next session. Now, this is just what we're dealing with in California. Now, once this came up for vote this last in 2024, the governor Gavin Newsom vetoed the bill to even start to tally up the amounts in what areas of society and what peoples based on those that are descendants of Africans in the Americas, what they should be paid for, to be paid for compensation, free education, medical, etc., based on what the institution of slavery has done that needs to be redressed through this body in order to pay compensation to those that were affected systematically of slavery, as it has been mandated by this state constitution. So we're in California, we've been on this, but again, that 32%, 25% have lobbyists that are being paid to kill these bills. No matter how much study, how many peer-reviewed studies we bring up or present, and have and professors that come up and speak before the panel, they're literally funding against reparations to undermine it and defeat it in all 50 states. So we got a lot of work on our hands. Go ahead, bro. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay, yeah, okay. I see you
Yeah,
on your. I'm just trying to increase that font so I can. Okay.
So how long you think we got?
For what?
Well, I don't know how long we got, but I know one thing. Every argument should be tied to the financial institutions that benefit. See, it's many institutions that benefited. Academics, colleges, universities, Ivy League schools, they benefited for the institution of slavery. But at the same time, where the money can be traced
But
to is the bank, the World Bank, the International Monetary Fund, and the Federal Reserve of the United States, which is a private corporation that operates for profit. So they can pay it, but we're going to have to push them and make them do it. They're not going to do it just because we're presenting a case study of what colonialism has done and what part those imperialists.
Oh, so you think?
Go ahead.
Let me ask you this: do you really think we got a chance to get reparations from our known open enemy?
Well, let me leave it like that. Let me put it like this. Best example I can give. When that was asked at the Hague for the German soldiers like Goebbels, Heinrich Himmler, about what should Germany do.
You saying something?
Well, can you hear me? Let me take you off the head off Bluetooth.
Yeah, I don't know why we're discussing.
Okay, can you hear me better now?
Yeah, I don't know why we're discussing whether it's going to happen. This is how it's going to happen now, because it's pressures.
Well, we just got to keep pushing forward.
We
just have to keep pushing forward and present the case, present our case before America, but in particular all those that benefited from slavery, chattel slavery. And we must follow the money trail and the institutional trail to find out how they hid records, dispersed records, locked them down, so that these records that they have on file, as far as their portfolio, that would demonstrate that they had profited and made residual income off the institution of slavery. Go ahead, bro. I digress. Minority farmers are getting $2 billion from USD. Okay, so that's an example that they can pay it.
Yeah, so understanding the foundations of colonialism, and how it developed, certain systems like GA said in the chat, imperialism, mercantilism, capitalism, all these little isms that developed out of it, and how these things have given rise to certain positions that groups have, and what it would mean to repair Black people's social position with all of this.
Repair the damage.
Yo, 13, you gotta turn your camera on real quick so I can see you all, man. You gotta show your face. You show me a camera of a speaker or something. I can't. Yeah, bro. You gotta show your face. Jeez, I don't know what you're showing me. So turn the camera on and show the floor. But yeah, Madon. So I just showed the Black farmers are getting reparations. So,
Yeah, I saw that, yo. That's that's real. You know what I'm saying? So I guess I stand corrected. Our open enemy is giving reparations. Hey, that's a good thing, man. You know what I'm saying? Go ahead.
100 racks. I don't know if you've been listening to anybody else Ain't nobody ever got no beef with no BAs, man. We put stuff in the title to get people to come into the conversation. Join the convo, add to it. Why do Black people deserve reparations? You should be able to articulate that, and not on some no bliggity black conspiracy shit. You know, it should be well articulated and organized based off of facts. You know what I mean? Like, just and well thought out. You know, it's 2025. You know, you do know that there were Black people profited from slavery, especially in the South. Can you source this? Like, I you know the channel, man. Y'all know the rules. Source up, or y'all gonna get blocked up, man. I mean, it's just that simple. You know? Source up, because y'all just be saying random stuff, and y'all know the rules, man. Bring them sources, man. Shut up with all this extra shit. Let us see the information. So, colonialism did not, however, merely impact the development of those societies that did decolonizing. Most obviously, it also affected the societies that were colonized. In our research, we show that this, again, had a heterogeneous effect. This is because colonialism ended up creating very distinct sorts of societies in different places. In particular, colonialism left very different institutional legacies in different parts of the world, with profound divergent consequences for economic development. The reason for this is not that the various European powers transplanted different sorts of institutions so that North America succeeded due to the inheritance of British institutions, while Latin America failed because of its Spanish institutions. In fact, evidence suggests that the intentions and strategies of distinct colonial powers were very similar. The outcomes were very different because of the variation in initial conditions in the colonies. So, understand that this statement, the outcomes were different because of variation in initial conditions. That's the same thing for Black folks. When you talk about Black people doing that, blah, blah, whatever, the variation in how we survived and dealt with and lived in these colonial regions was very different, and it has to be understood for explicit understanding for us. And why am I saying this? Because it's not just the reparations book that we're pushing, it's the entire narrative. Our narrative needs to be understood, and we need to learn to empathize with our story. You know what I mean?
I agree.
Yeah, all these little white folks in the chat, shoot them down. Y'all know what to do. What you said?
They coming in.
So yeah, the outcomes were very different in the variation of the initial conditions. All right. For example, in Latin America, where there were dense population of indigenous people, the colonial society could be created based on the exploitation of these people. And in North America, where no such populations existed, such a society was infeasible, even though the first British settlers tried to set it up. In response, early North American societies went into a complete different direction. Early colonizing ventures such as Virginia Company needed to attract Europeans to stop them from running off into the open frontier, and they needed to incentivize them to work and invest. The institutions that did this, such as political rights and access to land, were radically different from the institutions in the colonizing country. When British colonizers found Latin American-like circumstances, for example, in South Africa, Kenya, Zimbabwe, they were perfectly capable and interested in setting up what we have called extractive institutions, based on the control of extraction of rents from indigenous people. We argue that extractive institutions, which stripe the vast mass of population of incentives or opportunities, are associated with poverty. It is also not the coincidence that such African societies are today as unequal as Latin American countries. So this here, to those people discussing where's Africa at, you know, the Latin connection, a large portion of this disconnect is based off of the fact that Europeans need us to be disconnected. That's just what it is. And I'm not saying that just off of just random stuff. The way the colony was set up, there's going to be a need for difference. They didn't care about the experience of Africans that were being transported to these colonies. It was just that there's going to be a need for difference because of the different businesses that were being developed in those regions. It wasn't just density of the indigenous people that mattered for this type of society that formed. As we have shown, the disease environment facing potential European settlers was also important. Something that encouraged the colonization of North America was the relatively benign disease environment that facilitated the strategy of creating institutions to guarantee European migration. Something that encouraged the creation of extraction institutions in West Africa was the fact that it was the white man's graveyard. I discussed some of this yesterday. Our focus of the disease environment as a source of variation on colonial society was not because we consider this to be the only main source, blah, blah, blah. We're not going to do that. Just as colonialism had a heterogeneous effect on the development within Europe, promoting it in places like Britain, but retarding it in Spain, so it also had very heterogeneous effects in the colonies. In some places like North America, it created societies far more inclusive institutions than in the colonizing country itself, and planted seeds for immense current prosperity for the region. In others, such as Latin America, Africa, or South Asia, it created extractive institutions that led to very poor long-running development outcomes. So this summarizes America and South America. South America and the Caribbean is based off of extraction businesses, and that's part of the struggle that you find there. And so in these areas, the prosperity is held down. What do you call it? And sees for immense current prosperity in America. It created extraction that led to very poor long-running development outcomes. So when people be talking about, oh, the Caribbean ain't developed, why these places ain't developed, they like white folks know why they're not developed. It's very clear as to why it's not developed. And the struggles that have went into developing these countries are because of colonization. And the wealth that's found in America is centered around American politics of immigration. And immigrating immigrants from Europe at first, and that system to be able to develop around them was based off of slavery. Of course, we know that. So understanding these different parts of the institutions and the isms that come out of it allows us to understand the plight that white people had that was against black people. There's one thing to say white supremacy. I don't even use that term, white supremacy. It's this white shit. White folks doing white common shit, white shit, white shit. I ain't calling them supremacy, nothing. But understanding their system and the different systems that were played against us and what was done in these systems. And the reality is that black people had to survive in these economic systems where, that's just what it is. Some of those systems were not only based on slavery. Some of them black people were able to, flourish in different ways. However, overall, they were held back or hindered from being able to compete in these systems. And the ability to compete and large scale, we're going to go into different, portions of America that was beat up on in the black community in pursuit of just independence.
Yeah, that's a fact.
In the 3D thing messed up.
The black or the silver? The black one?
Yeah.
Shit. All right.
Third day.
Love it. Tell Don J. Let me see what's next. All right. Damn, this article not letting me open. I'm not subscribing, B. 1 second, my bad. I'm getting this next article. What screen? What the hell is my screen, y'all? All right, there we go. My bad. I couldn't find my damn screen. All right, yeah, my bad. I'm gonna post the let me pin the link right quick too. My bad, Chris. Pin the link. So we're gonna keep jumping back and forth why they against it, why they deserve it. If you want to join the panel, just tell us why we black people deserve reparations, or go into who's against it. And if you don't think black people deserve reparations, say why you don't think black people deserve reparations.
What is going on?
Where the hell is this damn thing at? Where are you at? Shut up.
Well, real quick, I think we still got to remember that what they call a dominant white society is still benefiting from the generational wealth that began with the enslavement of black people up from colonization. You know, so that's why we owe reparations, because they still benefiting. They ain't get rich just working hard from generation to generation, you know.
Yeah, that's why I'm gonna go back and forth between certain articles that discuss the institutions, and also for us to understand how the competition needs to be laid out. Where it's like, if we're not into talking about, you know, extractive businesses and the connection between extractive businesses and the area in which extractive resources are sold, America primarily, you know, Europe. And so that's one of the challenges that black people have had with independence in the Caribbean and in Africa, getting independence, and then after independence being able to control the extraction of the minerals and then being able to trade the extraction of the minerals. You know, it's a fight.
Yeah, it's definitely a fight, you know, because one person's been allowed to create laws, and while other people have to be subjugated to those laws, you know. So it's like, how do you usurp those laws that's established by the dominant white society?
Well, you know, I would say there's a lot of legal leads to this this battle of reparations and moving forward. It's constitutional, it's economical, and there's a lot of layers to it. But I think one of the core things from a collective, we have to get this information out to our people so that we can do surveys, if not that, bring them on board with agreeing and understanding both politically and economically how to get them to understand that this is due us based on the dehumanization of our ancestors, and also descendants all the way up to us. We see what's happening in the jails. We see what's happening with the police on the ground. You see every day somebody being unalive for frivolous damn reasons. You know, so the penal institution plays a role in this also, and I don't call that the penal. I call that the old Jim. It's just a layer over of the Jim Crow and the Black Code system that built up the prison industrial complex, which is a financial institution. They're building prisons, new prisons as we speak, all in Utah, all in the desert in Arizona. Private corporations building prisons. And we know whenever they do that, the majority of people based on their racial persuasion or classification, Black men and women and children are the highest percentage in any prison or any YA there is in all 50 states. We make up the majority when we're only about 13.5 to 13.9% of the U.S. population.
It seems to me that means we need to learn to outsmart those that are incarcerating us.
Definitely.
So I mean, if you out here, I mean, well, I'm big on accountability. So I mean, if you out here doing dumb shit, you're gonna get dumb rewards. So, but at the same time, I don't want to take away from the conversation about reparations.
Yeah.
asked a question about reparations. What's the legal footing that you stand on for your idea of reparations? What's the legal footing that you stand on for your idea of reparations? What's the legal footing?
What does legal footing mean?
That means what legally are you standing on? Not, I mean, I hear. I mean, I'm looking for legal.
I'm
standing.
standing on. I would. If you ask me that question, I would say based on case study. Yeah, the human rights case study. They paid Japanese for reparations during Pearl Harbor.
That's a false equivalency. You can't use. That's a false equivalency. You can't use that.
Why say you?
What the violation of human rights?
No, Japanese and this and that. That ain't false
It's not comparable. It's not comparable in the sense that it wasn't a ongoing institution. Not that they were put in concentration camps for four centuries and a quarter. No, it's not a comparison. But the fact that they can pay a group of people for damages based on their constitutional rights, that's the argument that I'm making, as far as being able to pay those that are due damages based on whatever treatment they suffer.
Wale, the legal term I would use is genocide, violation of human rights, and violation of civil rights.
What court do you take that kind of thing to?
Well, you look at you can go to the U.S. Appeals. You can take this all the way up to the Supreme Court if you have the body, if you have the legalese, if you have the legal experts, the constitutional, sociological experts that bring this before even the Supreme Court. It can be done.
And the UN. Malcolm was going to take our case to the United Nations. Malcolm was going to take our case to the UN.
Okay, so you said take your case to the UN. That's where you plan to take your reparations.
You don't gotta take we don't have to take the case to the UN. It's being heard. These are bills being passed to address what's going on. So it's not a matter of like going to court and arguing it. It's a matter of organizing political arena to fuck with us right now. And that's literally where it's at. So there's certain political arenas in America who are already hearing the argument and creating legislation in which creates a playing field for the state to address what the state did. So it's a matter of addressing the issues that were created by the state and the institutions in that state. It's already
on what law? Based on what law?
Based off of history.
Yeah, I got the history, but based on what laws? Because
it's a bill. If they pass the bill, it'll be based on the bill. The bill will be turned into law. So they're creating legislation to enact the funding of it or the research for it or the plan to deal with reparations. But right now it's a matter of presenting bills. And so
then hopefully if the bill go through, then hopefully it'll turn into a law, and then hopefully the law will be enforced.
Enforcement mandate.
Well, it's gonna be it's a matter of like depending on what it is. If it's like an act, it's just a matter of what it is. So it's no different in like there's no law that Britain has with England to say that it was illegal. No, this is going to be England dealing with the violations that it had against Jamaica. And it's about everybody keeping the story in the front. Like, look, this is what y'all did. If y'all don't want to deal with what y'all did, just understand that's who y'all are. But
I got that part. I think they understand who they are. I'm saying, so what is your leverage? What's the leverage?
The political climate has changed, and right now it's a matter of understanding the numbers. That's why I'm showing the numbers. There's 30% of the people who say that they support reparations. I think it's in our interest to know who those 30% are. Like, instead of just stating, that we should know if there's 30%, who the fuck are these 30% that's with reparations? And who's the 60, where the 68%? And what do we need to do to turn these numbers?
Check.
You know what I mean? Like, that's where we are at. What political arenas can we put the most pressure in, and where do these stories connect the most in? like for the East Coast, North Carolina, South Carolina connects the whole Northeast. So what happens down there counts for all the black folks up Northeast. If once North Carolina opens the door up, that's literally the whole of New York, New Jersey, Philadelphia, all those black folks is connected to North Carolina on the East Coast. So it's going to be, you know what I'm saying? It's really making sure we put that pressure as a group. Like, look, we all involved in this conversation, from country to from Trinidad to motherfucking Chicago to Jamaica to New York. Everybody's pushing, and it's not about saying we're not gonna get good. It's about saying we know what y'all did, and if y'all want to be good with us, you got to make right. If not, we always gonna have this chip on our shoulder with you. It is what it is. We get it. Y'all are disgraceful, disgusting Christians. Y'all are the type of people who violate people and have no care for what was done to them. You know
Yeah, man.
Like,
and the number one evidence, my bad, Q. The number one evidence that we have that can never get washed away. Well, I won't say can't never get washed away, but the prime evidence that we have against them is our last name. A lot of us got their last name. You know what I'm saying?
Correct.
So they can't get around that.
I mean, the last name that should be prime evidence. We should have. There's a lot of things that have been done in different eras, and we should be able to, like, right now. I'm like yeah. There's multiple eras in which colonialism in America and different areas have developed, and we should be able to understand our story and know how it affected us. First and foremost, it's not about them. For me doing this, it's about us understanding that there was damage done to our community, and being able to take accountability that we are dealing with that. You know what I mean? And be able to articulate that experience without getting all emotional, and being able to organize the information for clarity of understanding. Like, this is the reality that Black people faced. Now, if you don't feel like we should be redeemed or at least addressed, then we understand the type of person you are. That makes it easy.
Or made whole.
Yeah, but what's the leverage? That's what I'm looking for. That's
the leverage is the climate. Like right now, the climate in America is the Me Too movement.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying? Like literally, the Me Too movement in America is going down. Diddy's going to jail for. I'm not diminishing what he did, y'all. I'm not diminishing it, but some of that stuff was 20 years ago, 30 years ago. You know what I mean? It's a different America. Bill Cosby. You know what I mean? Epstein's, like the younger generation is in the conversation differently. And I think we need to
with 9/11.
Yep.
Do you know what happened on 9/9?
I was, depending on where you're at. What are you talking about? In Iraq?
Yeah, okay.
And
no, I'm right there in the area that 9/11. There was a reparations meeting.
There was reparations. There's been reparations meetings. I
heard of that.
I'm saying at that point, reparations had a high volatility rate like it's doing now. Like you're saying now, that's what reminded me of it, because it's the same hype that was going on there. And then they hit the towers and started talking that patriotic stuff. Everybody dropped the reparations just like a hot potato and went with that, the rest of the lingo from the government. About patriotism and how could we gotta that was the attitude. You know how they do that thing to say, hey man, let's we gotta look out for the whole country. Can't be focused just on y'all and this and that. So we'll get back to that. And then they
social diversion has always been one of their tactics. That asymmetrical psychological tactic. They've been using that.
Yeah, but that ain't.
I'm just saying it came to my mind. That's all. When you were talking about the era of today, and I was thinking, wow, I've experienced this era of today before, and then I remember when. That's all. Ain't no big deal, man.
Now
the conversation's been going on. The conversation's been going on, but the like literally, I'm about to pull this up. Like they've already the black farmers just got reparations. They've been fighting for that for years.
Well, what? Based on what though? They based on a law of some kind, right? Based on
No, they
something.
got, but no, the land got stolen from them. There was no
Yeah,
laws.
it's based on, I'm saying it's based on something. Yeah, if you stole a person's land, then they can legally prove that you stole the land, and it's based on law.
It was legal.
Okay.
That was sharecropping errors and shit like that. You had all of that going on. Like you had like forced
Title deed,
yeah, you had,
title deeds to land,
yeah,
and
yeah, the title wars. Like they took titles from black folks around the country, and like the data's not like you just the flooding. They some of the spots got flooded. Like this, the story is not linear.
Okay.
and some of them were chased off the farms and off the land by force.
And did they get repaired? Those are the people that got the reparations.
Well, the ones that are part of this legislation and the ones that were part of the lawsuit that was brought forth that now has been settled. Yes, they did. Yes, they are. They are. I couldn't name them by name.
Yeah, I feel you now. That's nowhere near what the black farmers are owed. I completely agree with you. I'm just stating that in this era, there's starting to happen. Like we got the black farmers, and then we got the nation's first reparation program going on right. Like before California, in Illinois, they're doing a reparations program right now. Already, they're not trying to figure it out. The plan is how do we deal with it? So that's what I'm saying. Like the discussing the legalists are that we're past that now. Now it's a matter of how do we deal with it. So we should be able to argue. It's like how do we deal with this? France is trying to deal with the fact France is broke. It needs that money, but it also needs to deal with the fact that why the fuck are you charging Haiti money? That's crazy. They're the poorest country in the fucking world, bro. Damn near like on the East. The fuck is you doing? Leave them alone, bro. Like they don't. That's crazy. Like from the moral compass and the moral obligation. And I was discussing this with my students. Like we look at moral obligation as something that's shunned upon or something that's not understood when we say like this is a moral compass conversation. And it's really a matter of how the integrity of the current times. Like, are we developing morally? Are we evolving backwards? Are we not at the point where we can understand that this stuff has done damage to people? Does that mean that you're saying you're weak? No, that just means that's what it is. I'm not calling a person who comes from a single family home weak. I'm not saying that you grew up in a single family home in poverty weak. I'm just saying you went through some shit, and that's a fact. More than likely. I'm, just using that as a random example.
Yeah, correct. Yeah, correct.
You know what I mean? So, still got a LeBron James out of these. It's just the reality of the situation, and and then addressing the situation. Like Haiti is in a certain position because of colonialism. It's not in that position because of black people. No, that's colonialism that created
most Haitians speak three. Most of them speak three languages. They speak English, Portuguese, and Spanish.
Yep.
Spanish.
Black people aren't in the position we're in because of black people. Black people in this position because of white people.
But that's the narrative that they put forth. That's the narrative they put forth. And that narrative, we have to break that. We have to disrupt and break that narrative.
That's
somebody
a
just
statement. That's a twofold statement because black people been putting on for black people to get us where we at. But I understand it's been white people's policies and programs that's been a hindrance to the development of the black community, black nations, black plight. That's just what it is.
Right. We got it in black and white. We got it in writing how they wrote laws against us. I mean, we got it in writing. You know what I mean? So it's about time they correct their wrongs. You know what I'm saying? It's time. Time is up.
Okay, that's another foundation.
It sounds like an intervention. Right. I don't know. I mean, do your thing though. But I could dig it. All that moral stuff, I just don't see it much. Personally, I don't see it. But I understand what you're saying. I didn't no side. I was just looking at the more legal side, and I think I even mentioned to you what I saw as a legal battle that makes sense to me. But you know, hey, that make moral and all that kind of stuff show us what you're really made of. I think they showed us what they really made of. I mean, so I mean, I don't.
We gotta make them wear that statement. We're not
They know
making
that,
them wear that
they
statement.
bombed Hiroshima. They bombed Hiroshima. You know, come on. They wear it well. They like wearing that coat.
Well, no, I mean in the sense in America, we don't make them wear that jacket enough. Like this is the type of people you are who blatantly and blindly and happily benefit off of what identity to people. We know that. That's just, my bad, that's just what it is. But this is it right here. When I say it is now, it's beyond that. So Evanston, Illinois made national headlines in 2019, becoming the first city in the nation to fund reparations for its Black citizens. So we're past the point.
By doing what?
Let's first and foremost, we recognize that they're funding to fund reparations. So specifically, there's a bill already been passed that money needs to be allocated to fund reparations for Black citizens. Now, our story is not linear again. So Illinois is, you have Black people who come from other areas who went through this situation in Illinois. It's not the same as saying like, oh, well, this is only for people. Black people went all over this place. So your connection to this city, you might be in Florida and have a family member who's connected to what happened. And the reason why they left, that's part of the story, leaving. I got up out of there, bro. I would have stayed here, but this is what they was doing to my family. That's part of the story.
I got that. And I also mentioned that some of the states came in as slave states, some came in as free states, so they wouldn't have that obligation and necessarily, have that obligation in what was called the free states, because those states, since we're talking about states, we have to wait until they became a state. While they were still a colony, I guess you could deal with that, but mostly you got to wait till they become a state and then try to charge them with something. They have to be born first. And some of
they was only corporations. They were like,
corporate, municipal corporations. I get you.
That's the way New York's legislation and bill is pretty explicit. They go down the line of stating like, look, America, the federal New York, the corporation was passed along. However, if you want to look at it like that. In America, the United States assumes responsibility at the end of the pass along. Because that's how it works. Even in the 1871, I think, ratification or whatever it was, Constitution or something like that, they state that this new ratification, I think Damo here, that we assumed that when they fixed the Constitution, it was in 1871, I think, right? They stated that they reaffirm that they still will continue on with the debt from the pre-existing United States. So the transfer of debt is well established, even with the changing of names or corporate identity.
Oh yeah. No, I wasn't referring to that necessarily. I'm saying that some of the stuff that they didn't have at the time, they can't be responsible for. But you cite a legal paper where they say they assume the debt. Now that's something you can stand on. That's a legal footing I'm talking about. That's something that
that's labeled in the New York argument.
Hey brothers, y'all go forward with this. I gotta check out. It was a pleasure talking to you, brothers. But I'm if you do this, have this talk again, bro. I guess I have to catch you and search for your show later through the week. How many times a day how many times a week do you open up this phone?
Oh, normally we be live 24/7.
Okay, bro. I'll check in then. All right,
man.
you guys. All right, bro. Peace.
One love.
One love.
What's good with the panel?
Oh, everything beautiful, man.
Damo, what's goody?
Yeah. I know how it goes. See niggas is keeping the conversation scholastic and productive, I see.
I'm trying to. gonna let the floodgates happen a little while. Yeah, so the guilt, white guilt is not our issue. White sympathy is neither our issue. It's just facts. So when people try to throw, we need white sympathy, ain't nobody worrying about that, man. These are the facts, and we're going to keep our facts in your face and our narrative in your face. Black people went through this, and this is what happened because of these type of white folks. These so-called Christians. You know what I'm saying? I'm with the so-called.
That's what I was going to say about the name thing, too. Because the guy said something. Anyway, a lot of people changed their name, took on Christian names when they were baptized into Christianhood. Because a lot of, especially down south where we was from, it's a story I heard more than once, that the people got those last names when they were baptized into Christianity and Christian names. Otherwise, they didn't get no names from no slave owner that I ever heard of before. But I hear people saying that. I'm just saying, when I was a youth listening to the elders, they always say they got the names when they were baptized, and they came into those names as a group of people. They came into those names and added those names like surnames they weren't accustomed to. I have several.
Yeah, I mean, but
references.
it's a lot of documentation though that shows that that slave owners typically gave, if they were given a surname, the surname was what they received from the plantation that they was on. So
I'm not doubting that part, because I'm saying I've heard that story also. But I was just adding in another story. But the people that I talked to, they never mentioned being owned by slave or nothing like that. They just mentioned that they had gotten they were Christianized, and that was supposed to be a repellent, a slave repellent. So if you're Christian, they couldn't what they call it, enslave a Christian at the time. That was the thing they were waving around at the time. If you would become a Christian, the Dom versus mark of discovery thing. So if you become a Christian, then you're okay, kind of, we won't be making you a slave and raping your children and all that stuff and murdering you. That's what the doctrine of discovery said. So at a later time, people started saying, okay, we'll become Christians. And they became Christians in that form of Christianity was baptized them into a different name like they did. And I keep mentioning the most famous guy I know was Metacome, the one they called Prince Philip in 1669 or some crap like that. He was Christianed the name Philip, but he was never a slave in that. He didn't get that from no slavery. He got that from being Christianized, baptized, excuse me.
Well, what did he get his last name?
He didn't have one.
But wait, are we talking about?
Oh yeah, he did have.
Are we talking about people still in Africa? Or are we talking about like?
Oh, I'm only talking
Africans
about
in America.
I'm only talking about the circumstances and instances, experiences.
Yeah. So if he didn't, if he wasn't enslaved, then the question becomes like, all right, so what are we talking about? Because then if he wasn't enslaved, then they wouldn't have got a name from. That would only be true to people who are enslaved. So I thought we were talking about people who were enslaved.
Well, some were and some were not. That's what I understand. Some people were and some people were not. According to the records of Virginia Colony, I was going by that record when I made that statement. And then I was going by the next statement, the next record, which is in the governmental records, census records, where they say clearly a lot of people were not ever enslaved.
Were never enslaved?
Correct. Oh, yeah. They started the slavery laws in the 1800s to include them people in the slavery game. But a lot of those people had never been enslaved until those new slavery laws came out in the 1800s. That grouped a lot of people together and made them all slaves as a result.
Source. You gotta source that for us.
Okay, I'll tell you the reference. I think I got it right here. Hold on. Yeah, here it is. Laws that bound. It's called, the thing I'm going to read to you is from the African National Founders Historic Context. Something. I mean, the Park Ethnological Program. You know about the park, the National Park Service? They handle all the anthropology and stuff like that with America. And stuff like that they have to do with America. Where they put out on their website a paper called Laws That Bound, B-O-U-N-D. And this says over a period of time, I'll just say here, initially, more North American colonies were not slave societies in the strictest sense. African servants and slaves arriving in the 16th and 17th century had opportunities to become free, some legal rights, and considerable control over their day-to-day lives. The economic environment and social conditions in a colony, and the nationality and class makeup of the European settlers all influenced the kinds of laws passed and the degree to which they were enforced. And it goes on to say that, I mean, I don't know how deep it's going to go, but it goes on to say legislation with evolving social customs focus on protection of property rights, decreasing the cost of acquiring and maintaining a labor supply, increasing economic profits, and maintaining political control of a colony. For example, in order to protect property and increase the size of the slave population, almost all colonies developed laws and social customs that define the slaveholder as owner of children born to enslaved women. Fear of social and political alliances between European indentured servants and Africans led to the passage of laws designed to decrease sexual liaison and legally binding sexual relationships between Africans and Europeans, either free or bond. Anti-miscegenation laws like these continued in Virginia well into the 20th century. Over time, the rights of Africans were sharply reduced in some colonies, while in others, they were extended. In the South, where labor-intensive crops such as rice, tobacco, and indigo supported the economy through a series of ever more restrictive slave codes and prevention of even private manumission, slaveholders slowly consolidated their control over the unpaid African labor force. In the middle and northern colonies, for various other economic reasons, and sometimes on religious grounds, enslavement had less viability. Their slave codes slowly became less restrictive, and gradually enslaved Africans were emancipated. The same ideas about the natural rights of man that gave rise to the American Revolution nourished a fledgling anti-slavery movement that resulted in gradual emancipation laws, laws that decreased restrictions on private manumissions and abolished slavery.
They didn't say nothing that you said, though.
About what did I say? Nothing about what did I say?
You said that it said that it was giving freedom to people that was here before, and it was people that was here before Africans getting here.
People here before Africans. No, I'm saying initially it said in North America the slave societies that came to the North America, the Africans, it said it was about 50-50. Half of them were enslaved and the other half were indentured servants. I have to find exactly where that piece of information is. I have it in
Yeah,
here.
but it doesn't say anything that there was people here before that, or they gave them
I wasn't saying people here before what, though? I don't understand. I'm kind of lost to your question about people here before what, though?
Because you made it, because you were stating that there was the law, like there was there as if there was two different groups here that were, and one of them was different, and I don't know why. I don't.
Okay, I don't know either, but I was attempting to find that space where I had seen where they were referring to the that it was about 50-50 is what they said during the 16th and 1700s, so I could read it directly to you. And it says about that's what this thing is saying. I'm just reading whatever this thing says. It says 17th century Virginia laws defining occupation boundaries between indentured servitude and enslavement were flexible. Africans were as likely to be indentured servants as they were to be enslaved. And that's what it reads. And that's the sentence I was looking for to substantiate what I was saying. Some people were enslaved and some were not. And then there's later on that the work goes on. I don't know if it's in the same work, but it goes on to say a lot of people, I mean enough people, were mistaken as if they were dark skinned, they were automatically thought to be not only African but also slaves. That law came out later in 18. I don't see that date on it.
Yeah, but dark skin doesn't mean that they were dark skinned Indians.
Oh, they said, but the paper I will find says specifically they were dark skinned Indians, and not only that, it gave the three different tribes that they made the reference to, so that you could look them up and see for yourself. And the paper itself.
But when you read this stuff, because literally what.
Okay.
All right.
No, I mean, whatever it is, I'm looking for the next part that you're asking me about now with the.
No, it's cool. I get it. Yeah, I'm focused on reparations and helping, get us focused on it. I don't really understand what direction you're going in.
The direction I was going in is that all the people didn't come necessarily to in the 16th and such, and before the start of the United States, all of the people weren't necessarily enslaved. After the formation of I told you where I stand on this thing as a breach of contract.
Also stated that in some areas the indentured servitude and slave were similar, and also
I ain't got no problem with that. I wasn't even really focusing on that as much as I was saying that relative to the guy talking about the last names. And then I was saying relative to that, some people were free. They just didn't want to be enslaved. So they would go into the baptism thing so they can move outside of the that law of what they call it, the law of discovery, a doctrine of discovery, saying that if you're not one of our Christians or something like that, bow to our people, our God, then we're gonna rape and kill you and turn you into slaves. That's what the paper said. And that's what I was making reference to when I was saying that about some were slaves, some were not. However, once the United States got up, and by the time it got up and running in the 1770s or something, shoot, they were making laws just making everybody a slave. Now that they did, the American government is culpable. I'm saying that's my stance on it. But before that, I find it difficult to see enough what I'm gonna call it, legal footing to take it to the United States government. But that thing you did say about the taking on the debt of the preceding government that it was replacing, I'm gonna look into that because I've heard of that before. I just didn't know it applied at this in this instance.
Yep. So yeah, the big issue for reparations is white attitudes, man. Let's just be clear. White and Latino attitudes, man. I'm saying Latinos because most Latinos identify as white. So y'all don't like it, claim something else on your census.
I think that they just, I mean, for the most part, because I talk to crackers too. I mean, I say crackers, but I talk to them too. And for the most part, I find that they're just ignorant. They just don't know. When I talk to them and they be like, really? And I show them stuff, they be like, wow, I didn't know that. I say, well, look, I can say, well, look into it, check it out, all that kind of stuff. And they really, I'm just thinking on prima facie, right? Just going by their appearance and stuff. They honestly don't know things. They never was they've been in their school systems being taught what you notice how a lot of times people say they don't teach Black history in school. Well, no, they don't. Because they teaching crackers. I mean, they teaching them and they don't know nothing about no Black history. Because they ain't even teaching them in the schools, just like you be saying. So a lot of times they just don't know. That woman, I heard Laura Ingraham one time, she said something, but she had studied the issue. And she's a journalist. She's working in network TV. She's more professional about her knowledge base. But for the average cracker that just, been here a couple of generations, most of the time, they still Irish in their mind, they still Italian and, in their mind, they're not really, they're citizens of the United States, but they don't know not much about the history of it, except the highlights, the stuff they had to do to get the green card. The stuff they have to know to get the Pledge of Allegiance, a couple of little things, and then you get your green card and you're done. You ain't got to know nothing else. So that's just been my experience with that demographic that you are saying that's anti-reparations. That's been my experience with them. So I'm liking what you're doing, which is bringing the conversation to bring out more information so that everybody can learn more about whatever the case may be, however you want to put it out there under whatever auspices. And then people can kick that around, move it around, talk about it, discuss it, and see what they want to do with it. Wait a minute. Am I talking too much again? You know what else too, Q? I don't care. Know what else? I think it's incumbent upon us to realize that involuntary servitude in the United States of America was never abolished. And as long as we are accepting that narrative when it's right in our face that it was never abolished, they say it right there in the contract itself. And we can't read or something. We behave as though it don't say what it says. I think that's our fault.
Involuntary servitude and slavery, chattel slavery.
Yes.
Yeah,
involuntary.
Different, those are different conversations and stuff. Like the main conversation is chattel slavery. Black people were largely classified. Like when that article, when they talk about that the person was conflating multiple colonial factions. So the British really didn't have that story. You know, thousands of Africans were enslaved, sent through New York, sent down south, up north, both regions, and that's just a reality that it is. And then how they exchanged and acquired freedom is largely on the part of their behalf, not on the colonial faction. How they described themselves wasn't something that they woke up and said, "This is what I'm gonna do." They had to deal with the description that was put on them. They had to deal with the realities that was set forth on them, and that's just that's the statement for that period. You know, and so one of them might have got free, someone might have got this, but the reality is that was what some people went through. It's not, like I said earlier, as linear as it's like people want it to be. Like everybody just jumped off the ship, got enslaved, then got free, and then now we here. It's not that simple. You know, nobody said it is. I don't know why people think it's like that.
I'm suggesting that the 86%, 68% that you're talking about, that's how they see it, though, in that simplistic form. And so that's why I say it's good that you're dicing it up so it can be seen in intricacies.
Also, I mean, I want to make sure people know that it's not us that have the issue with understanding why Black people need reparations. I would say one of our biggest challenges right now is purely just articulation, and that's only because of the PTSD and the reality of having to tell your story to a motherfucker that's supposed to know your story and living off the fact that they largely contributed or benefited from the people who contributed to the atrocities in your story. That's what makes it, you know, real triggering and challenging, like, and extremely gaslighting, and it's like, damn, bro, I really gotta be or some cool shit to explain to you why your people owe reparations to my people. It's crazy. You gonna really make me have to show up in a suit? I already feel like a whole dojo. This is crazy. It would be hard to have those conversations, and it's like, and when we do it, and then the lack of respect that's found, it's like, all right, it's all right. Like you said, we're gonna take the white ignorance. You know, I'd rather blanket the ignorance on Latinos, and Chinos. Like they rake up a very strong portion of the population still. So, and they're voting in on shit. So, you know, make our targets, you know, small, clean. Like what white folks is on the line? You know, it's 33%. How much of those are white? Now they say it's 18%. So literally 80% of white people are against reparations, y'all. More than 80%. 80% of white people are against reparations. However, 30% of that 80% is a part of the group that feels that, because 50% of white folks feel that Black people did experience some shit in reparation, you know, in slavery. So there's a little subgroup that's in between there. So out of that 80%, 30%, we could say, right, what was it, 20, however we do 30, whatever percentage of the 80, it would be 30% of the 80. Was it 30% of 80? I'm all over the place with my numbers. I'm starving. Who are we talking about? The 80% of white people are against reparations, right? But 50% of white people say that they recognize that Black people have an issue. So if we summarize the whole 100%, you know, there's a portion in that 80% that's on the fence. And that's the argument, you know, and I'm not really here caping for those people on the fence. I'm just saying that those people that's on the fence, that's like, no, you recognize some shit happened. You just don't feel like reparations is due. That's crazy. So that group right there, I said we start with that little group. Let's get that little 10% to, you know, 20% out of that group to get our numbers up. So now we can turn that 18% to 35%. You know, that'll be a whole different ball game. you know, and then with the Asians and Latinos, we got to push they like look, man, we got to get at least the how is 80% of like Chinese people think that black people were done wrong during, you know, slavery and all this good stuff, and you're not on the side of repairing it. That don't make no sense. So we need to get a large portion of Asians on the side of black people in the sense of reparative justice. You know, let's be mindful. Let's be smart with how we're going with these conversations. And it's just like, look, they voting, they in the conversation, and it's a numbers game. You know,
so what you talking about? PR?
It's all of that. All of that's included in it. All of
Public
that's
relations, right? So
all
that's
of
what
that.
I be asking people. Sometimes I mention PR, they be like, I don't care what nobody else think about. I'm like, man, you got to think about what other people think about it, especially if you're going to get in the world market. I mean, if you're going to deal with the world, because all of this got to do with the world, how we position ourselves in the world. And I don't blame no cracker for saying they're against reparations. I understand. As soon as listen, if as soon as reparations mean we gonna all be equal, oh hell no. They'd be like, wait, you know, wait a minute, that ain't gonna really work. They ain't gonna be able to maintain their position of what they call it, that economic gap or something, wealth gap and all that kind of gapping. You know what I mean? That'll all be eradicated with that kind of evening out the playing field. And sure, they don't want the playing field even. That don't make no sense. I got children coming. I don't want the playing field even. If I can, you know, if it's already messed up in my favor, who's not going to stick with it?
And that's the part about it that we got to make them with. Y'all don't want to even the playing field. So we got to play ball different.
Yeah, I'm seeing how you doing. That's why I'm talking with you, because I see you willing to do the PR, because that's a PR thing that you just mentioned right there. So this how y'all want, you know, I could dig that. You moving the what they call it, the hard strings and all that garbage that have to do when people vote, because that's what they be voting on. Them hard strings and stuff like you are making mention of. Dude.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, we're gonna put pressure on UK too. UK owe the Caribbean reparations. They need to loan America money for reparations. Yeah, because that's what America need to go borrow money from the UK if you ain't got it.
They just paid France off, I hear, a little while ago. You remember that one? I think it was about 10 years ago. They just paid France off for the American Revolution or something. Forget which war it was. But they had borrowed a lot of money. I think it was Ben Franklin borrowed a lot of money from them. And they just paid it off a short while ago. Part of that thing with Haiti was part of the payoff. Because, you know, the United States invaded Haiti back in the day to help force them to pay reparations to France. And all the embargoes and stuff they've been doing to them is all in that pressure to make sure they pay that money to France. And you know, that part of their deal. They be making big deals, man. Big deals. But you hear what's his name? Canada guy, he quit. I mean, I'm not getting off of the subject. I'm just saying this part of the subject, things are moving. And Canada got some issues too. I was reading earlier today, I saw some little article about how Canada got some reparations issues going on as well.
let's go down. Yeah, so here's Jim Crow, y'all. So let's see here. Yeah, so we dab a little bit into. I was on the economic impacts of colonialism. Of course, we're going to continue to talk about slavery and the post-colonial immediate period, the experiences of blacks, the nonlinearity of the experience of blacks, and also the connectivity in the experience of black people. We got to keep pushing it in. Alabama. So, Jim Crow laws. Jim Crow in America is an extension of black codes and black laws and colonial policies enacted to keep black people from being able to compete. Keeping black people at the bottom of the totem pole, keep the African at the bottom and white people at the top. A lot of people discuss how right after the end of slavery in America, black people were actually doing really well. And the Negro problem was a perspective that white people had, that there was an immense amount of ignorant black people that were going to take over. But the reality was there was a lot of black people who were doing their thing, building businesses, flourishing in America. And the reality of these laws, are largely centered around being able to keep black people from to compete in America. So again, this period is 1888. It's definitely right after, the Emancipation Proclamation, or rather the 1865, the end of the Civil War, so 1860s, I'm going from the 1860s up. And I would say this goes into pretty much 1960s. And these 1960s, I would say it doesn't turned covert even before that, where the language of Jim Crow got even more cunning in its ability to hide on the paper. And of course, terms like redlining illustrate some ways in which that has been done. Redlining, zoning, economic zoning, educational zoning, these modern forms of segregation have been enacted to keep black people, or not to say keep, but to position certain communities, specifically black communities, in ways that are not competitive. And like while they said, and everybody said their job isn't to do that, but according to the Constitution, it is their job. So but this period is a period of time when they were not doing that, and it was just enacting crazy shit. So you should know these things, and this is the Jim Crow website, and there's other sites, but this one has all the states, so not all the states, a decent amount of states listed on here. With Jim Crow laws, but you can look them up. Your state, you can put in black codes, black laws. You can go by county and you'll find them. Alabama, nurses, no persons or corporations shall require any white female nurses to nurse in wards or rooms in hospitals, either public or private, in which Negro men are placed. It's crazy. That pretty much told the hospitals, keep the niggas out. Think about that. Evil shit. Evil shit. And this is the experience that black folks had to go through in America. You go looking for a hospital, they're like, no, nigga, you can't come in here, nigga. No, buses or passenger stations in this state operated by any motor transportation company shall have separate waiting rooms or space and separate ticket windows for the white and colored races. Yes, colored includes other than Negroes. Get your Chinese ass over there with the niggas. Get your Indian ass over there with the niggas. All of y'all go over there with the niggas. Stay over there. Railroads. The conductor of each passenger train is authorized and requied to assign each passenger to the car of the division of the car when it's divided by partition designated for the race to which the passenger belongs. Get your black ass on that side of the train. Right, and this is the quite comfortability, man. This is just comfortability. I want to be more comfortable in y'all. I want to be in better areas, and I don't want to be able to serve y'all. Don't come to the hospital. Go over there and die, nigga. Right now, I know one will be like, well, why don't we just create our own hospitals? But there's laws and then issues with keep creating your own hospital. Bus stations, you're gonna go into like you just couldn't create a bus company. It's like, we better create our own bus company. One, you had to deal with the competition who was going to violate. Then you also had to deal with the motherfucking laws that weren't going to allow your company to actually compete. So they're going to be like, yo, you can't have even a bus over here. So, private. Now, in this period of buses, Chinese people figure this one out, but, whatever. On railroads, making our own railroads. Yeah, come on, y'all. Restaurants, it should be unlawful to conduct a restaurant or other place for serving food in the city at which white and colored people are served in the same room, unless such white and colored persons are effectually separated by a solid partition extending from the floor upward to the distance of 7 feet high, and unless a separate entrance from the street is provided for each compartment. Go over there and eat. 7-foot wall. 7-foot wall between us. Keep the ninjas over there. Keep them over there. Don't bring the ninjas over here. Let's see. Toilet facilities. Male. Every employer of white or Negro males shall provide for such white or Negro males reasonable accessibility in separate toilet facilities. It's crazy. Right? And so this is if your place of business. So if you registered your place of business in Alabama, this is what you'd have to have established in your place of business. It's crazy. Just think about that. Think about that. This is what black people had to deal with. It's retarded. It's retarded. Arizona, the marriage of a person of Caucasian blood with Negro, Mongolian, Malay shall be null and void. Florida, let's go down there. Intermarriage, cohabitation, any Negro or white woman or any white man or Negro who are not married to each other, who shall habitually live in and occupy the nighttime in the same room shall be punished by imprisonment. Education, the schools for white children, the schools for Negroes shall be conducted separately. Juvenile delinquents to be separate buildings, not near than 1/4 mile to each other, one for white boys and one for Negro boys. White boys and Negro boys shall not in any manner be associated together or work together. It's that separate shit.
That was that book, that Tom Sawyer or something like that. The guy was on the Mississippi River or something, and he was working with the darkies and the Negroes. But they got rid of that, the folk tales that he was writing about that. Some little cracker boy was riding on them. I think that was Tom Sawyer. It might have been a different name, but around that time, that's what they were referring to, because even in that book, Eli something, Whitney or something, I think is the writer. He was writing about how the colored people and the crackers were working together, and the landowners and stuff didn't appreciate that because they were, that was messing in on their what is called monopoly, their control of the economics. Just came to my mind. That's all.
Yep. No colored barber shall serve as a barber to white women or girls in Georgia. Let's see. Burial. The officer in charge shall not bury or allow to be buried any colored persons upon ground set apart or used for the burial of white persons. All persons licensed to conduct at a restaurant shall serve either white people exclusively or colored people exclusively, and shall not sell to two races within the same room or serve the two races anywhere under the same license.
That what year was that? That's when they were building. Oh, that's when they were really building the race thing. They were building that up as a way of life, like to make race the differentiality of everything. So it used to be like money. It used to be like status, different things, used to determine how far you can go and stuff. And then they wanted to just change everything to race. So no matter how rich a nigga got, he's still a nigga and can be enslaved. And they made laws like that too. You'll find them sooner or later where they say it don't matter. You just grab them and make them slaves, man, and it's okay with us.
Can I ask something to Q?
Yo.
Where this from? This stuff you read?
It's from the Jim Crow Museum.
Can anybody claim that history? Like when they say all these stuff about like who was under those laws? You just read off. Like who was they talking about?
It's a little tricky in some of these spots because the language in some areas, it's really about white separatism. That's the argument. Like in Mississippi, from when I read, it's typically about white separatism. So the people that sued honestly be Chinese people. So a lot of times black people did not get in the mix of it. Black people just like, look, we can't do business with white folks, just whatever. Certain areas of business we fought for, and that's where the affirmative action comes in, because it was like, all right, we on a local level, we understand Jim Crow. But how are you putting Jim Crow in the federal government? Like, why can't we compete for contracts?
Okay, let me ask this, right? When did Jim Crow?
But in these areas, the Chinese folks was in the face of a lot of the different conversations and lawsuits. Like Chinese people wanted to be around white folks. So but Chinese people were classified as Negroes in certain areas.
I've never heard that.
In the sense, you see how it says only two? So in Georgia, the way they understood it is that the Constitution is only promoting white people.
Hey, can you highlight it so I can find it real fast so I ain't gotta read the whole thing? We said only two, and it says they classified as Negroes.
Let me go right here. All persons licensed to conduct a restaurant shall serve either white people exclusively or colored people exclusively. And it shall not sell to the two races within the same room. So in this area, they only see two races. But from the white perspective, like in Mississippi, where you'll find this, the white argument is it's whites, and y'all niggas figure that shit out over there.
Niggas. So Chinese people was classified as Negroes because I don't see that.
No, I'm saying white people saying y'all figure that out over there. That's why the word colored is used. Colored people is normally used to state anybody who's underneath that. So if you look up Guam versus Loom with a definition for Negro, and how when they say all Negroes are colored people, but not all colored people are Negroes, that's when that was to Chinese people. They were telling Chinese people that you're colored, and Chinese people were arguing, we're not colored, we're white. They wanted to be classified as white, and they wanted to do business with white people, because in Georgia, they would tell them, you can sell to Chinese people. You can sell to Negroes, but you can't sell to white people. So you can't make a restaurant and sell Chinese food to white people. This is why they would have their Chinese towns, where they would sell to Chinese people.
And what you're saying is that they didn't. So why weren't we included in their Chinese towns if we were all classified as the same? Why weren't?
That's why they would have Chinatowns. We would stay to our area. That's
why aren't black people included in Chinatown if we were classified as the same people? We would have.
We weren't. They would. That's where the Chinese people. This is what we had little fights for. We wasn't trying to do that. The only people that was trying to get in with the whites with the Chinese. That's what you see the argument.
Right now, the Chinese ain't even here in large numbers, so that really wasn't for them because they weren't really here. They weren't really here.
No, I'm not stating that's for this is for black people. I'm just stating that in certain areas where you see the argument in court is not from black people, it's typically from Chinese people trying to sue to get around white people based on this. You don't see black people putting the uproar. We're just like, we're dealing with the shit. We like, look, we got to make a barbershop over here. We made a barbershop.
I say, when you say we, right? You Jamaican, right? From my understanding.
No.
Oh, African, Nigerian.
No.
You have immigrant lineage, right?
No.
Oh, okay. I didn't know. So you're a foundational Black American.
He's about far back as I can push. I have one who's like, it's weird the trend, like they was raised, born in America.
It's just who they are.
No, but I mean in the story is the lineage of my grandmother. She's American. She was raised in Jamaica. Her mother is American. She was raised in Jamaica.
Here's the thing: the information I'm getting on you is that you're Jamaican. I'm
from Brooklyn. Literally, I'm sitting on right now.
No, I mean, you know what I'm saying though. Like the information that we getting on you is that you're Jamaican.
What information are you getting on me? Are you like that? Doesn't make any sense. I'm telling you what it is. I can literally turn my camera on.
That's why I'm asking.
I can turn my camera on.
No, we're not.
I'm stating like not even half. Like literally, my grandmother's born in America. Like my great grandmother goes back to the 1890s, and her grandmother was born in America. You know what I'm saying? Like this goes back 18.
Yeah, you go back to the 1870 census. Okay, yeah. So then you go.
That's on all four sides. That's what I said. Her story, her particular story is different. I'm not from Brownsville.
No, I mean, can you like where your cousins and shit at? Like you got cousins in the South?
No, bro. No, let me show you how. Look, I literally. Are you familiar with the Slocum?
The who?
The General Slocum.
Nah.
The General Slocum was the largest American natural disaster. Disaster in American history happened in 1904. My great grandfather was one of the heroes of that situation.
Okay.
He was born in 80 or 1890. Some of the first black, I don't want to, this is weird, but some of the first black police officers in New York City, 1904 with my family members up from North Carolina. I'm sitting on the pictures right now. I got the pictures from she was born in 1870 in North Carolina. I got my great
born in 1870 in North Carolina.
I'm about to show you the picture. 1870, 1880.
You got pictures from 1870?
No, I have her picture. So my great grandfather was born 1904. You see what I mean? The one that was on the Slocum. When he was on the Slocum, he was, I think, 40 years old. That he said he was 40 years old on the Slocum. So he was born, the great grandfather, I think 1880. And then his mother, who still lived into the 1900s, was born, I think, in that period there. But New York history is a little different. You see what I'm saying? So like,
yeah.
But yeah, I can show you this right with my camera at.
All right, man. Yeah, I would. Hey, you ain't got to just show a picture. Yeah, that's cool.
Oh, this is one of the first police officers in New York City.
Oral history right here.
That's my great grand uncle.
So you would be.
He's from North Carolina.
You would be considered FBA according to the definition.
Look. You look up the Slocum.
Bro,
this is the law. Look, hold on, let me show you, because most of y'all say this shit and I be laughing. I'm like, yo, I have my history. You know what I'm saying? So you see this right here? This is the largest American natural.
I'm with you, brother. I'm with you. I'm
gonna go through this one now. I'm showing it out.
You brought it up, so now we gotta break it down.
I gotta break it down. So that's my great grandfather right there, who saved, I think, 4 children on the Slocum. He was on the black cook.
What's his name?
Edwin Robinson. So he was on the Slocum. He actually saved this white lady right here, and he was one of the heroes from it.
If I look up, when was he born?
He was. I'm trying to get all these pictures together. I'm gonna
show you. Born in New York.
not sure. I'm trying to get all these other pictures together because the Robinson family, I didn't understand the lineage of all the groups growing up. They just all seemed like old people. But now I'm like, hold up, this group was that group. So
his name Edwin Robinson. What I'm asking is if I take just Edwin
I'm about to show bro. I'm about to show you the picture right now, bro. I got the picture.
What I'm asking, if I take just the name Edwin Robinson, I could trace it right back to you. Is what you're saying?
I can show you. Look, bro. What are you talking about? Look. That's my grandmother. That's my mother's mother. That's him right there. What do you, I have all the pictures to go to me. I got the picture of her holding.
I'm not asking. We don't know what they were. We don't know what they were. That's what I'm asking. Like, that's nice pictures. Beautiful family. Beautiful family, brother. But
no. I mean, at the end of the day, like, this is all. I'm sourcing on my shit. Like, this is all. I'm not doing this for y'all. You see what I'm saying? Like, this is all right here. She was born in the 1800s.
Why you got them like that? Why they look like that? Like you printed it from somewhere?
No, because my mother photocopied it for the whole family. So, like, this is a photocopy of his article. My mother just passed, so I just went to Kentucky, and this is like one of the main things I had to grab from out there.
Your mother from Kentucky?
Nah, they moved to Kentucky.
Oh, they moved to Kentucky. Where your mother from?
My mother from New York, but the family from the Carolinas. Well, a part of it's from the Carolinas, and another group been in New York. I don't know how long they've been in New York. Like, I don't know. I'm trying to find out. So
you don't got no Caribbean lineage?
I just told you my father's mother was born in America. She was raised in Jamaica and then came to America, back to America. Her mother was born in America and had the same thing, but she abandoned my grandmother.
She went to Jamaica. She came back from Jamaica. What did you just say?
My grandmother's grandmother raised her because her mother was a drunk. So my great grandmother was born because she was in America. My grandmother's grandmother brought my great grandmother to America. Well, that would be my great grandmother to America. She had her in America. She was all over the place, so she came and took my grandmother to Jamaica and raised her. But those two were born in America.
What I'm asking is this, right? So you could trace your lineage back to the 1870 census.
I can go before that. I'm trying to go before that.
Once
I get to this, if I can get to this other family member, they got all the other pictures.
It ain't that difficult. It ain't that difficult. This should take 30 minutes. But no, what I'm saying is then, so like
could you show the family members?
Huh?
Did you show yours?
Oh no, I ain't about to show all that. No, I already showed my census records. I think that's enough. You know what I mean? I ain't about to show all that.
But can you show it?
No, I'm not about to show all that. I'm not about to show. I'll show. Oh, you want the census record? I showed.
No, I don't care about the census record. I want to see.
Oh no, that's all.
Where were they at in society? Like when I get this other book.
Oh no, I can name it off the top.
Hold on, let me show you. Look, the other thing. Like, let me show you the other standard. And if for my family was show us your work in the family. So like I got 100% veterans. Like I'm trying to get the pictures of the family members.
I ain't got no veteran. We lived the Black American experience. We lived in Black
American experience. I don't know what you're talking about. That's
crazy. I'm trying to tell you.
I'm telling you that if you're like the Black American experience was also getting involved in society. So part of that getting involved in society, where they at? So if your grandfather wasn't in war, because American society, what war? They wasn't in war.
No, he wasn't in war. He either one of them fought in the war.
What about your great grandfathers?
Neither one of them fought in any war.
So what Q just showed is a primary. That's a primary short news clipping. I'm with you.
Yeah. All right. I ain't tripping on that. Well, I'm telling you what like I can say mine off the top of my head. My mother and father were born in Cleveland, Ohio. My father's mother was born in Cleveland, Ohio. His father was born in Arkansas. My mother's mother was born in Jackson, Mississippi. My mother's father was born in LaGrange, Georgia. My grandparents, my great grandparents, go from Georgia on both sides of my family, Mississippi, Arkansas, Oklahoma, and Alabama. Like I can say this shit off the top of my head. I know we know this shit. Like we know this shit. Like all my family, we were never no famous people in like what I want to say in newspaper clippings or none of that shit. We just lived the Black American experience. When they said they were selling Negroes, my family was here for that. When they said that no Negroes allowed, the Negroes got to eat out back, my family was here for that. When they said,
when they say we ain't do shit for this country and built, I can show on paper like, no, my family participated in building and fighting for this country and the wrongs that were done right there. That's, you see that right there? That my grand 1914 veteran, big veteran. You know what I'm saying? Like we can show veterans. She was born in North Carolina. I believe she was born in 1918.
Yeah, that's what we saying though. That's what we saying, right? We didn't know that you was. We said that you was Jamaican. That's what we was talking about. We like,
I just would have. Did you see that? That's up from North Carolina. This is
Harlem
Renaissance. This is part of the Harlem Renaissance. So when you saying you the Harlem Renaissance, I want to see your family right there. You see this? This is look deity. That's Harlem Renaissance 1915.
Who is that lady?
That's my grand aunt Dorothy owning a business in Harlem. 1913 Harlem Renaissance on Dorothy. That's my grand aunt Dorothy right there.
Okay.
Jones, Big Jones. You know what I'm saying? So you know what I'm saying? This on deck. That's the fair thing right there. You know what I'm saying?
What's the dude at the bottom? What are you at the bottom?
Well, this is Big
I'm
Mama.
talking about the dude that's on the stage.
What stage?
The dude that's on with us, huh?
He's foundational as well.
Still learning.
He's foundational as well. But that's the whole. That's the whole. Hold on.
Foundational too. Still learning,
brother. Huh?
You foundational too?
Definitely.
Oh, okay. Where you go back to?
My grandma, which is my mom's mom, and then my mom's my grandma is from Arkansas, and then my dad is from Mississippi, or his family is from the South.
And where you at now?
Where I'm at now? I'm in Seattle right now. I'm from Chicago. I was born.
Oh, you in Chicago? Oh, okay.
And raised in Seattle too, partially. More so in Chicago than in Seattle.
Oh, okay. All right. Now we know everybody. That's what's confusing me the other day. You was talking like a tether. Not you, but Q. No, not you. So
you don't do the
research is wrong. Maybe the research is wrong. Like, I know you got like a lot of like videos and shit. So you know what I mean? Maybe the research was wrong. But we'll talk to him about it, huh?
That's my pops. He was in the army. That's my pops.
Okay, for sure. You look mad young, man. You look super young. You look super duper young, man. You know what I mean? I don't know how old you is, but But yeah,
nonsense.
Huh?
Yeah, that's what we tell people. We've been telling people all the time. I'm a Pan African. I can't speak for everybody on the platform. I'm a Pan African. So as a Pan African, you encompass the plight of Black people throughout the diaspora. So, but my perspective in that is that I understand the argument. I try to find time to understand the argument from anybody's experience throughout the diaspora.
No, we were thinking that you was full Jamaican type shit, full Jamaican, super Jamaican out.
I'm from Flatbush though. That's why, because in part of Brooklyn I'm from, you pick up on accents and shit. Like, and you know what I mean. And I like comedians that can do different accents. So I be trying to use the Indian shit, African shit, Jamaican shit. But that's just being on some, from New York. You know what I mean. Just pick that shit up.
Yeah, but we just couldn't understand all the slave talk you was talking and shit like that. We couldn't really pick up on that because you
what slave talk?
Bro, we got the audio.
What audio? What slave talk? Yeah, what are you talking about? Slave talk.
When you was talking about slave talk, y'all some slaves, y'all sucking the white man dick and all that type of shit. That type of shit.
Who was what?
You were saying that.
No, I said probably the person who was doing it was in the position of doing it. So some of these people have to deal with the reality that some of their ancestors were straight coon sucking white people's dick. And you ain't did shit for the world. So, you know what I'm saying? Like, that's a reality that we got to deal with. Not everybody was on some pro-Black shit. Like, my family was, like you say, regular Blacks. They wasn't in the Marcus Garvey circle in Harlem. That's not my family. So when they talk about people that was part of that circle, we know that circle. My family was part of the Adam Clayton Powell circle, but a part of the circle that was with Marcus Garvey, that's a different circle. You see what I mean? And that's just what it is. So if you're saying, if you want to go back and say like, my family been involved, like in New York, you have families that were involved in the Pan African movement for 100 years. And that's to be respected. You see what I'm saying? That's not my family. You know what I mean? And in the sense of black movement during the civil rights era, my family wasn't involved in the civil rights era. You have people in New York whose families were a part of the Pan-African movement. They was a part of the movement prior to Marcus Garvey. Their families continued in the black movement like that. Then they got involved in the civil rights movement. They got involved with black nationalist movements, and that's been their running theme. I respect that. It's just what it is. You know what I'm saying?
Your family wasn't involved in it. Were they here for the civil rights movement?
They were here, but they wasn't like, there's different levels to the, I just showed you my family. There's different
not
ways.
everybody was outside marching and shit like that.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Like, no, my mom's went to the march in Washington. I'm trying to find those pictures.
They never been to no march.
My mother went to Martin Luther King's march in Washington. She got pictures. I was trying to find that picture.
How old is your mother? Oh, how old is you? I thought you was like in your 40s or something. I don't know.
I am. I'm 42.
Okay. Oh, okay. But damn, it seemed like your mother. I don't know unless she had you late. If she went to Martin Luther King.
No, my parents had me in their 30s. I had my kids in their 30s.
Oh, okay. Yeah, because I don't know that.
I know it's mad late when you talk to other people. They had their kids at 19.
Super young. She would still had to been super young to go to Martin.
Like, the family drove up there, but it wasn't how I understand the course. Like, remember, now. I'm a black nationalist. I'm a Pan-African. Like, there's been sprinkles of that conversation in my family, but my family is not black nationalists or black. They're black Christians who are part of the American system. You know what I mean? They're part of the black flight, but they wasn't out there. The white man is the devil. That's not my family. You know what I mean? And I recognize that. And I'm not going to sit here and cape as if my family was part of the Negro class that was putting up a fight against the white system. That, you know what I mean?
So just for the record, you're not Jamaican.
Did you hear anything I just said, though?
Yeah, I heard it. I just want to stamp it. Like, because this is going all types of circles. I was just trying to figure out, we thought you was Jamaican. So it is what it is on that. Like, you're not Jamaican. Okay, you FB. Well, I don't know.
I don't claim FBA because we told you that.
According to the definition, would you be?
I understand the sentiments of it because of what it was aligned with, just like ADOS. But I understand the history of it. I was around when it got created. So when ADOS popped up, and the original conversation I remember hearing was, "Yo, Yvette Cornell is married to a white woman."
Here's the thing. Before we get into it really don't matter who you sleep with. FBA sleep with been fucking white. OJ was FBA. They said he killed white people. I don't believe that, but he had white children and all that shit. He still
but that's also part of the conversation.
Booker T. Washington had a white wife, huh?
Nah, because that wasn't accepted along in the conscious community, in the black conscious community at that time. So
this ain't got nothing to do. We talking about Lenny.
No. I understand what you're saying, but Tariq, when he took the conversation where it was, he was coming out of the black conscious community. And so the conversation with Yvette wasn't sitting well in the community. So when he made it the FBA statement, that went over way easier. Even just saying I'm an FBA versus I'm an ADOS, it rings different. So it was just a whole different conversation, but his history for many people is attached to that. And I feel like y'all don't hear that in the conversation.
No, we know that it attached to what? When you say attached to what?
To the term FBA, the class FBA.
I mean, everybody is all a delineation at the end of the day. You know what I mean? I hear it, everybody, but we got to be airtight with this shit. We got to be airtight because there's too many cosplayers. Too many weirdos.
But y'all are not focused in the midst of the conversation. Think about what you came up here to discuss. I'm showing Jim Crow. You could have took the time to look up articles to further illustrate why black people are owed reparations.
When you say black people, that's what I'm saying. Like, what we talking about a very specific.
No. The point I was making is you could have took the time to illustrate that with information.
Well, we already illustrated it. I mean, everybody already know what we saying though at this point. This is, but that's why I said we need everybody talking about this shit. I don't care if they hating on it, if they faking on it, if they for it, against it. We need it to be unconscious that they know what an FBA is. That's what we saying. That's what we trying to do. To where in China, if you say FBA, you know that they talking about me. They're not talking about a Nigerian. They're not talking about a Puerto Rican. They're not talking about a Brazilian. That we know that they talking about FBA, Kobe Bryant automatically. FBA.
I don't know how you handle the course of conversation, but for me, it needs
we
to
need
be
to force it into the lexicon of global lexicon.
That's your goal. That's your goal.
Yeah, that's our goal. Okay,
that's
yeah, I respect that. Yeah, I respect that. But hey, bro, we winning. We winning. You better get off that.
How you can you show us how you're winning?
Yeah, if you read the title of the room, like I said, this is because everybody's talking about it. That's
talking about what?
FBA. That's a good thing. To where people starting to learn about it. Even if you
wasn't discussing FBA.
I was in a room with a motherfucker. He said that
we wasn't just discussing FBA. We were discussing reparations. You're keeping us from discussing why black people deserve reparations.
But no, it's FBA in the title. Huh? That's all.
I'll put that in after. I could take it out. It doesn't really matter to me. I'm using it for the point of the conversation is to talk about why we deserve reparations.
Yeah, but then all right, now black people.
Can you give 5 reasons as to why black people owe reparations?
I can only speak for my black people. I can't speak for.
Can you just give 5 reasons as to why black people are owed reparations?
Oh yeah.
Like you understand, you can be explicit in your statement. You can literally look. I want to just show. I literally did this with my students. I said, look, you have to learn to be explicit in your speech. So I gave them the assignment. Explicit.
Explicit. You sure that's the word you're trying to use here?
Explicit, not meaning explicit like in a sexualized or graphic way, but explicit meaning clear. This is why I speak on it as far as the English word has it's.
He's saying be clear. All right, be clear. All right, yeah. Okay, go ahead.
So, meaning be clear.
Okay, yeah, we got to be clear in our speech. That's what FBA is doing. I can't speak for all so-called black people. I don't know. I can't speak for a Jamaican. I wouldn't even try to speak for a Jamaican. That would be disrespectful to Jamaicans. I can't speak for a Nigerian. I don't know they struggle. That would be disrespectful as fuck to a Nigerian for me to act like I'm to speak on their behalf. So I can only speak on my people. The reason why we deserve reparations is because of slavery, Jim Crow, crack epidemic, science experiments, bombs, flooding our towns, blowing our towns up, burning them down, race massacres, sabotage, redlining, eminent domain, institutional racism that's built into the fabric of America. That's why we deserve reparations.
All right. With that being stated, though, I will be a little bit clearer in the descriptions because several of the points that you labeled have periods in which people, like you would say, or black came to America and also participated in that experience. So,
and that's why it starts with slavery. If you came over after that, you came on your own.
I don't think personally, the way the Constitution works is if you came and you became a citizen today and the police whooped your ass and violated you, you're able to sue the police for that. That's just the way the Constitution works. So that's why I mean the explicit labeling. So if you can show that your family endured chattel slavery in America, you're owed for that. If you can show, and this is why earlier I said the colonialistic perspective allows for explicit differentiation in the experience, and that's what I understand.
So would a Puerto Rican qualify for reparations if he can say that?
Yes, Puerto Ricans qualify for reparations. Latino reparations. Like literally in LA,
everybody
bro. Look, in LA, I think a year or two ago, blacks and Latinos just got reparations for getting forced out of a town.
Okay, let me ask you this, right? So is everybody except for white people? Because everybody got a grievance.
No, the word reparations, let's not harbor on the word reparations. Let's focus on
Well, that's the title now.
Let me explain. The word reparations, in my opinion, for black people in our community, we've let it become synonymous with slavery. The word reparations is a specific word applied to an act that was done against a people. So that can happen multiple times. So Greenwood, there was reparations for Greenwood. Black farmers, reparations. Crack epidemic, reparations. Slavery, reparations. That each one is a specific thing that needs reparations for it, explicitly.
Well, okay, I'm gonna go here. Hold on. I'm gonna go here. All these people that came over later, that's a reparations for them because they got to upgrade out their country. That's an upgrade for them. They got to upgrade.
Again, what you're saying, you can't. You have to source what you're stating. You're just making these statements.
I'm talking about an immigrant got to upgrade out of their country.
Bro, that's literally not how this works. You know what I'm saying?
Well, no, I'm just saying that's undeniable. They got to upgrade out of their country.
What you're stating does not make any scholastic, addition to the conversation. That is purely your opinion.
Did they not get an upgrade? Why would they?
I have no reason to respond to it. It has nothing to do with adding to the conversation.
Well, that's just what it is, Well, we appreciate y'all. I know you don't agree with reparations for foundational Black Americans, but that's fine. As long as we
I don't agree with reparations. I literally am up here. You don't want us. You don't want to have the discussion on reparations. You're keeping me from having a discussion like a cop. You're literally keeping me from having a discussion. I was in the middle of explicitly showcasing by state why Black people are owed reparations. I showed and talked about how the impact of colonialism impacted Black people, so we can have an understanding of the institutions that developed during slavery, so that way we can understand how to identify the specific agents. Why did I bring that up? Because in the Pew study, they only listed 4 specific things to which Black people or the community should be focused on the reparations. I'm a collegiate person. I have a school, so my approach to this is like from this level. So I want you to hear what I'm stating and respond to the information in the order it was given, not create a space.
You got a school. I've seen you in the school. Yeah, we've seen you in the school. What's the name of your school?
The Ziax Institute.
That's your school?
Correct.
You own it?
Correct.
Oh, how you say that? How you spell that?
The XYAYX Institute.org.
.org. I mean, is it a brick and mortar building?
It's a private institution, yeah. We have a small space in Brooklyn. We have students all over the country.
Oh, I seen you in the classroom. That's why I was asking. What is it called again? You said
IX Institute.
XY what?
XYAYX Institute.
All right, I'll take a look at what you're saying.
I'll pull it up right now. You don't gotta.
We thought you was Jamaican. But I don't know. My thing is this: whether you agree with it or not.
I just told you. You keep saying whether I agree with it or not. When I just told you, I'm up here discussing it.
No, I'm talking about whether you agree with our point or not. What we saying?
With the point, if we're discussing reparations, there's nothing else to discuss.
No, we discussing a different type of reparations.
You haven't. The reparations is fixing up specific damages. If we're talking about the same damages, and we're talking about the same thing. Like no, you want to be different. You want to be different, and you can go find a space to be different. I don't have a purpose.
I appreciate you boosting the message for us, and as many.
I'm not boosting the message for you. I'm doing this for Black people.
Well, as many titles as we can get, brother. Thank you.
Cool. As long as y'all help me push this out.
For sure. Yeah, we will. Yeah. What I gotta do? What I gotta do? What can I do to push this out?
So what I would suggest is you go on your computer and you look up research studies on reparations, the impact of reparations, the need for reparations.
How can I push this out? Not to edify myself, but to edify the masses.
The information, like your argument for reparations, I would say you have to tighten. The way in which you're organizing the group is, I would be honest. I don't, business wise, isolation in the approach to me is not the way. So if that's how y'all want to go, that's your route. But in the modern approach, it's in the interest of groups to understand how to work with other groups and not to isolate yourselves from groups, economically speaking. So
well, I mean, but all right, here's the thing. I agree with you then. But you gotta identify who your group is.
The groups have already been identified.
You gotta get your house clean first.
In 2007, the study that broke this conversation was on affirmative action in the way in which colleges see the grouping wasn't Africans who were telling colleges to pick Africans over Black Americans. It was white colleges who were looking at applications and saying, oh, you're in a foreign visa, I'd rather take you. Those are white schools that started this conversations, and it was a Black American who realized that, and Africans didn't say, oh, you know what? They was just like, look, we just going off the offer. We applied to the school. We didn't know, and they stated, many of us said, we didn't know that they were only taking continental Africans or people from that on educational visas to fulfill the quota. That's the reality that started this conversation. That was in 2007 that study was done. And that was a beginning study. That was before Yvette Cornell. That was by professors who were making this study. That's why I'm like, this conversation is not birthed off of FBA. The internet has amalgamated the NASAs. Are you familiar with the term network society?
No.
So right now we're in the advent. We just left. We're in the fourth industrial revolution. With the industrial revolution, let me show you that. And this is one of the conversations we need to be in. So we're in the advent of the fourth industrial revolution. And one of the parts of the fourth industrial revolution is network societies. And so people are amalgamating with the algorithm and the connection, like us having this conversation right now. We're using a portion of the network society. We're networked together through digital platforms and internet platforms to allow us to communicate. How we choose to communicate is based off of how we use the platform. So if you choose to use a platform to discuss science, your algorithm is going to put you with people with science. If you choose to discuss stuff with Black empowerment, you're going to be people with Black empowerment. You choose sports, so on and so forth. And then these pocket individuals grow. So in 2014, the YouTube introduced some of the first platforms with Google, and Google's one of the main platforms for introducing network societies.
Brother, you doing a lot of babbling right now, brother. You just you ain't saying nothing.
Literally, I'm showing you what I'm talking on the screen, and I can sort through it. You don't understand. If you don't understand what I'm saying,
hell no, yeah, you cold with that though. I ain't gonna let you cold though.
You know what I'm saying? If you don't understand the reason, and so
I like that. I like what you be doing though. I like what you be
this
doing.
term to describe what's taking place right now.
No, but the reason, but let's understand this. I'm gonna bring it back. I'm gonna bring it back to the other point. So, and with network societies, Trump used a large portion of the network society models with the algorithm to promote his push into office and understanding
y'all is weird, man. Y'all are super weird, man.
Are you just, I mean, if this is beyond your intellect, you could just go.
Hell no, y'all weird as fuck. This is some weird ass shit, man.
So anybody else in the chat does familiar with the Industrial Revolution? Is this beyond? If this is too, you know what I'm saying? We know this, we nerds over here. You know what I'm saying? Engineers, scientists, chemists, like that's what we promote science over here. So like I have a whole STEM initiative. We have science fairs. We're on our 5th science fair we do in New York City. We have the only Black only science fair in New York.
Brother, that shit is scary, bro. That shit fucking scary.
A Black science fair?
No, just how y'all be tethering the niggas for real, like on some scary movie shit.
Tethering?
Like, yes.
All right. You got banned from the place. I don't ever want to have a conversation with you again. So he's banned from the platform. He wasn't removed. I banned him. So he's never to come back to the platform. Yeah. So anybody else would like to get banned? Please click the link. If this conversation is beyond the scope of your comprehension, this conversation is not for you. Nobody had to pay for him to get banned. That was on the house. That was on the house, y'all. If he writes in the chat, ban him. Yeah, he's 86th all day long. So yeah. So let's get back to Jim Crow. But I know his logic was flawed, but I just had to, I mean, just whatever. Whatever. But crazy. But yeah, network societies. I'll finish the point. 2015 to 2018 is the beginning of these network societies online. And so the conscious community that we see on the internet, from Google's perspective, was the beginning of organizing the algorithm. Let's put together. And so from Facebook, if I can literally bring up surveillance capitalism and Facebook, how Facebook was using the early aspects of the internet to organize people. When they say shadow ban, yeah, that's no lie. Facebook organizes your speech and categorize the type of speech you have based off of the words you use. And based off of the words you use, the algorithm puts you in a certain spot and it chooses how far your words get out. This is well documented. Google does the same shit. But in reverse, these societies literally, like the conscious community is grown, but TikTok has taken it to the next level. And so that's why you don't see these big groups anymore like that. So large as 5 years ago. But yeah, reparations. Black folks need reparations. I don't know how he didn't know what explicit meant. It's like, what the hell do I do with that? Let me just pull up the definition on the screen.
Yeah.
If you over here, if you don't know what the Industrial Revolution is and what type of society we're in and the models that are being used to, describe our society, then you are definitely in the wrong, platform. Like, there's definitely some areas that do public coloring. There's some channels that separate food. You know what I mean? It's, those will definitely be for you. Gotta be able to read over here, man.
Yeah.
So yeah, Chicago. We got Chicago up there. Where was this?
Oh yeah, that was the yep. Evanston, Illinois. Yep. Mm-hmm. But there's also white subjects filed a lawsuit in regards to that. They always file a lawsuit. They filed a lawsuit as it pertains to that.
We gotta be ready for it. You know what I mean? The white pushback is to be expected.
Mm-hmm.
So we got to position the white folks that we got on our side. Now that I'm understand, if I'm gonna get political, I'm like, look, man, this is the numbers, man. It's just what it is, B. I don't know what game y'all playing. It's just what it is. White folks gonna sue. You got to position some white folks in between them white folks. That's the game.
Like, what's his name? Ed Blum. I think it's Ed Blum. Was that the dude that's filing lawsuits against the black woman? What's that? Not hedge fund, but it's a term. As far as like the what's that term? Venture capital. Like, it's like, as far as like money for venture capitalists and how black people receive, like, I'm gonna say less than 1% of venture capital funds as it pertains to businesses. But yeah, I think it's Ed Blum. I think he is. Ed Blum is the one filing lawsuits against, the sisters. Like I said, they put together that resource for other black women or other black women that have businesses. But yeah, it's always some type of resistance. Not just resistance, legal. They know how to. That's one thing. They know how to file them lawsuits. That's is that Ed Blum? Let me see. It is Ed Blum. Yeah. Yeah, it is Ed Blum. Yes, Ed Blum. Mm-hmm.
So yeah, so So even on this site, I want you know, when we say Jim Crow, I want us to be a little mindful even saying Jim Crow. White colonialism and white colonialists enact policies to keep black people from being able to compete, control, and enjoy civil liberties. Jim Crow is an era, if I'm not mistaken, after a play or a book or something like True Story, and I think did the breakdown on that. I forgot the exact, you know, I could look it up, but I don't know it offhand. Truth knows it offhand. But it's Alabama. So the harmful black codes in the state of Alabama. Now, these are black codes that were before Jim Crow. So these just rolled into Jim Crow. So just
vagrancy laws and all that, right?
Huh?
I said like the vagrancy laws, as far as like laws used to ensnare us and keep us in like in enslavement, as far as like the black codes, vagrancy laws.
These laws regarded voting, holding public office, public property ownership, and marital rights not only dictated the liberties of African Americans could access, but also took away what little autonomy they had left by instilling fears of imprisonment and deferred freedom. This is 1819. No, 1852.
Black code, like you said, which
and then in the
which
Constitution, in the Constitution of 1819, it also had restrictive laws against black people. Additionally, these ordinances reflected the harsh realities that African Americans live by in a society where police, or rather patrols, had governance in towns and the right to inflict pain on enslaved persons who allegedly broke the law. 1864, 5, blah, blah, blah. We know the war broke out during the Reconstruction period. We know this portion here, but I brought this up to show prior to this, you should know the black codes. The slavery to convict leasing pipeline impacted all aspects of African American life. In regard to black codes on vagrancy, what you were just talking about, legislation number 137, section 4 in Alabama legislation 1865 stated that the intendant and council of a town could adopt suitable ordinances and regulations to prevent and punish vagrancy by placing the vagrant and idle into useful employment, and as such of suitable security, punishment, and or restraint or restraint. So that's later on. So there's even before that. And that's just here. We gonna jump like just typing your state in the Jim Crow and black codes. And then from there, you just look for you can just tie your family's experiences. My bad. You could just tie your family's experiences to these and help other people tie their experiences to these laws. That's something Taz was saying. I don't know if you listen to Taz. This idea right here I have was like, why don't we just help people know what their laws was? You know what I mean? You're right. Like, all right, we're going to say slavery might have been difficult, but Jim Crow and the systematic policies that affected black people during Jim Crow and pre-Jim Crow era, that's why I said antebellum America. Everybody should know antebellum America is before the Civil War. So the experience that black people had in antebellum America, yes, there were many free blacks. However, free blacks were dealing with black codes, and black codes should be also a period in which they were held accountable for in that. And that's not to say easy, but literally you just have to show your family's experience in those regions during that time. So if you can show your family living 1800s in most places before this, black codes is right on deck for us. Jim Crow laws. You should know the Jim Crow laws in your town. You know what I'm saying? And what policies affected your family's business or property based off of, or interactions or liberty based off of those Jim Crow laws.
Yeah, I remember you talking about how, as far as like British and how they shouldn't be technically omitted from, because even the brother in this book talks about that too. He basically agrees how, well, you know, he says United States inherited slavery from British colonial rule and enshrined it in Article IV, Section 2 of the new country's constitution. This raises the question whether reparations demands for colonial slavery should be directed at the British government, or whether the United States willingly inherited the moral debt resulting from colonial slavery. So, it's definitely a very convoluted, man. This is not a, you know, it's very, man.
Now this, I told you I'm gonna jump around by state. If you want me to pick your state, and I'll just pull up and see what I can find on it real quick off a quick search. You could do the same thing on your own. This is a random article. I'm on my Google Warrior shit right now, y'all. Again, I'll try to just remind me to put the links in the chat. Right. This is Kentucky. This is 1996, a degree program of history, Master of Arts, striking resemblance, Kentucky, Tennessee, Black Codes and Readjustment, 1865 to 1866. Right, the Black Codes of Tennessee and Kentucky were in many instances revised slave codes. Right, so I want y'all to remember that running theme. So this is a connect, and I just said this before I even looked at the article. And from the Black Codes, you go to Jim Crow. So we need to understand this as eras. So after slavery, your family, they be like, oh, Black people were free. We still were dealing with the Black Code era. Then from there, we're dealing with Jim Crow era. Jim Crow went a long time. And just to be clear. Let's see. Where am I at? What screen am I on? My bad. I'm mad windows open. Often a revision entailed only the removal of one word, slave. In other instances, laws applying to the free Blacks only remained on the law books following Reconstruction, since they did not apply specifically to slaves and the federal government did not demand their repeal. Both states attempted to pass additional laws which applied to solely freedmen following the Civil War. However, due to Tennessee's position as a former Confederate state, its efforts were thwarted. These aspirations show Kentucky and Tennessee's desire to maintain the antebellum status quo and do not represent the beginning of Jim Crow law. This project will rest mainly on resources from the 1865 to 1860 period, primarily codes Tennessee and Kentucky General Assembly passed during these years. It will also include slave codes between 1800 and 1860, which were either revised or still in effect during the Black Code era, 1865 to 1866. So slave codes passed between I guess it wouldn't be wrong to say slave codes. That's why I guess Wiley was saying you had a blend in both from some areas. Because some areas you had free Blacks and you had like in Virginia in this period, I think there was almost just as many free Blacks as there were enslaved Blacks. All right, so this must be a weird white person. It's simple. You hate the ones who set you free and adore the ones who made you slaves in the first place. This is typical Christian defense mechanisms, y'all. I have another article. White people love to pass the blame. I don't know what part of Christianity they learned this in. I don't know where this in the Bible they learned pass the blame. If you don't mind, King of the Earth, I'm pretty sure you're a Christian. What verse in the Bible does it say pass the blame? What does it say? Don't worry about your your contribution. Just worry about the other. That's very Christian of you. I'm surprised. Yeah, just very surprised. But yeah, whenever secondary sources are used, it will be in the intent of the author to utilize primary blah blah blah. So yeah, this is his abstract. Let me see if I can get the whole article paper. Bow. And again, this was written in 96. While I'm pulling this up. Let's see, what state am I in right now? And I'm trying to get very specific. I want to be specific. I don't want to be like, they got mad articles that's like explaining. I want exact listing of the codes. Here we go. This is slave code 1794 to 1850. Any slave who is freed by their master must carry a certificate of freedom. Let's see. This is in Kentucky. Slaves cannot leave a plantation without a written note from their master. Slaves cannot carry any type of weapon. Slaves cannot trade goods without the written consent of their masters. Slaves are classified as real estate for the inheritance of masters. This is 1798. So literally, for me, I'm like 2 generations from being able to really show this on paper. You know what I mean? And I want as many black people around to be able to show as close as possible to these stories. You know what I mean? And connect their family's reality and experience. Because we come from strong black folks at that time. Like, look, I ain't worrying about nothing getting on from no white folks. Yes, slaves can't carry any weapons. Sounds similar, right? Yep. Conspiracy among enslaved blacks is punishable by death. Enslaved or free blacks guilty of poisoning were also to be put to death. No slave can work on a steamboat. Like, I don't like deities on the panel with me, man, right? I ain't gonna lie, man. You let white folks figure out how to be petty. So why it's so difficult? Look, man, I feel like any black person in Kentucky who can show their ancestors, I feel like one of y'all great-grand uncles was stifled because of this law. And the federal government owes them, because imagine if they were able to get a job on that boat. That might have been the ticket they needed to buy their crib and compete and get a whole different life. But they couldn't get on that boat. Oh, this is this is right here. This 1823. Boats cannot transport slaves across the Ohio River without a note from their master. Right? And remember, this is before the 1865, y'all. No person shall sell or give liquor to a slave. There is a 10 p.m. curfew for slaves. The penalty for tempting blacks to run away or rebel is imprisonment. County patrols must ride through the county on horseback at night to enforce slave laws. Now, I know some of y'all be confused as to why black folks don't fuck with police, but I hope you understand where the culture for policing comes in.
Yep, slave patrol.
So when they be like, police come from the slave patrols, no, that's not a joke. And the connection to PTSD that black people have suffered and still suffer underneath slave patrol policies in America is no joke.
Can I read something to you?
Yeah, let me just read this last one. You good? Any slave free by their master had to leave the state.
Yeah, get out of here, nigga. Get on, get.
So I want you to understand that. So if you can show that your family was living in Kentucky at any point in the 1850s, to me, Kentucky owes your family reparations. Because the only reason you had to leave was because you got freedom. That's fucked up.
For real.
Their owners had to provide money to pay for their transportation out of Kentucky and 1 year's substance. 1 year's subsistence. Now that's a penalty. Now I want you to understand this. Y'all think this is something white folks would look at this and say, "Oh, wow, they had look. That's pretty nice what white people had to do." No, this was a penalty. This was to de-incentivize. This wasn't an incentive to make white people say, "Oh, word, this is a good reason to let them go. If we let our slaves go, we got to pay your trip out of here and give you a year's worth of money." Then white folks is like, "Fuck out of here. I'm not freeing you and paying you for a year. Fuck out of here. Are you dumb?" Yeah. You see that? This is in 1850. 1850, y'all. You don't got to go back 400 years to show this. This is 1850. Just show your family right here in Kentucky, right there in Kentucky.
For real.
Get it, deity.
Okay. This is okay. So the issue of defining eligible recipients. According to surveys, most blacks hold that direct payments to eligible recipients are necessary for the implementation of a fair and equality-driven reparations project. But what to make of the not insignificant percentage of blacks who believe no such repair is warranted? AP/NORC 2019. I'm guessing that that's a citation. This issue may turn on the question of what eligible recipients means. For Darity and Mullen 2020, one of the fundamental requirements of a true reparations plan for Black Americans is a kinship connection to the once enslaved. At least one formerly enslaved ancestor who was at minimum subjected to U.S. chattel slavery and subsequent phases of anti-Black racial atrocities. That is government sanctioned legal segregation and mass incarceration and other forms of anti-ABAL. What does that mean, brother? I just looked it up. I see that term. It's anti-ABAL. That's like capitalized. I looked it up, but it's not really giving me ABAL, anti-ABAL, ethnic oppression. Yeah, that term ABAL is yeah. Pardon me. So the unique reality of slave bondage and enslavers' control over the sexual reproduction of human chattel prompted the authors to determine that employing a lineage standard must complete the usage of a racial standard. Polls that register a lack of support among some Black people for reparations as direct payments can be difficult to interpret, partly because race and ethnicity categories are often nebulously constructed when African Americans identity. When African American identity is not disaggregated by ethnic and cultural groups. For example, African immigrants are sub-identified by tribes. George Maui 2017, Sharp 2019, and Caribbean immigrants maintain distinctive ethnic identities separate from Native Black Americans. Could such complexities of multi-racial/multi-ethnic conditions of identity affect the levels of those who are polled under the umbrella grouping African Americans, yet oppose the project of government-funded reparations in the form of direct payments explicitly for Native Black Americans in the United States? Question mark. There is currently a need for more empirical studies to address the complexity of Black resistance to and ABAL Reparations Project. Now, I just thought that was interesting as far as outlining, the lineage, as far as at least having one ancestor connected to U.S. chattel enslavement, and then also speaking on the ongoing, ongoing methods of anti-black, i.e., Jim Crow, like you black, black call, pardon me, black codes, etc. So, yeah. And then also the whole, like, the just, as far as the language as it pertains to Native Black Americans and other blacks from other regions, you feel me, and outlining whether or not like he said, there's not empirical data to really give a breakdown on if there's any resistance pertaining to Native Black Americans in reparations. Yeah, that's a whole nother But ultimately outlining, like I said, the ancestral and lineage based reparations.
Well, I ain't gonna lie, this one, I don't know if I see Truth in the chat. I don't know if True Psycho and them listening. This one, I didn't know this about Michigan. My grandfather's from Michigan. I didn't know this. So Michigan, and this is a great way of conveying the contrast. Truth, what up, Truth? I ain't know Michigan was a place where black people actually were flourishing in.
So I recommended a book before, Brook Brother. Let me stop. Black Detroit is the book you want. It's by Herb Boyd.
Black
Detroit. Live? What day is it?
Black Detroit.
Oh, it's Monday. Shit.
Herb Boyd actually wrote for the Amsterdam News and a couple other papers. But if you read Black Detroit, it'll give you more of the history of the free black folks that was there, as well as the challenges they went through in Michigan.
Black Detroit.
Yeah, it's Herb Boyd is the author.
I'm about to pull that up.
What y'all doing here? What's this?
I'm going down Why Black People Deserve Reparations, and I was going down each state. I was just going by different states by black codes. So I was going through Jim Crow laws.
Okay, so for New York or for
I was doing random. I was just telling people pick a state and let's just pick it up, just to help people understand that the reparations argument and different points to attack. You know what I mean?
So yeah, so there's two things I was just thinking on the top of my head. One of them I had talked about recently, and that's Georgia. And Georgia was set up to not have black folks at all until they begged and begged and begged so they could have slaves, because they couldn't make it without black folks. This is what the white folks in Georgia said. There would not be a Georgia if they did not allow black folks to finally be enslaved there. So, and that's all on the record. I showed it, but as well as New York. So, all of these, I ain't gonna get too crazy. I don't know how much time we got, but all of those groups that people think of, like pilgrims and all that other crap, there wasn't people just looking for some, let's go to the new world. They had religious persecution they were going through. I'm saying all that to say there's another group called the Walloons who came to occupy New Amsterdam or New York early. The reason that they come is they are promised Africans. And I can show y'all the original documents that, they are promised, okay, if you go to our colony, then we will give you Africans, and you can have the Africans, that you want from West Africa. This was run by the Dutch West India Company. So when you talk about reparations, and I don't know, what y'all was talking about as far as that, but those are two cases off the top of my head that I could just think of. And that counts for Pennsylvania as well, because the Dutch had Pennsylvania at that time as well. I'm gonna show you. I'm gonna pull up the document while I'm talking to you if you want to see it, and I'll show you exactly where it says it. I think it's the freedoms and exemptions is what the Dutch West India Company called it, and why it happened. Can I just show you real quick, then you can see it?
Yep. Let me just show this real. So I'm gonna put this article in the chat. This article, just so you can have the contrast argument, y'all. Black people, where they were allowed to have civil liberties and protections, were able to flourish. So part of the reason we were not able to flourish in some of these areas was because we didn't get civil liberties. So you can always reference Michigan and other areas where Black people were actually supported.
So what you're seeing, I'll make it bigger. Pause. View. What is it? Slideshow. I don't want to start from the beginning. Present to view. Then I knock that out. So you see right here. This is called the. People can Google. There might be a Wikipedia page for this. It's called the Freedoms and Exemptions. The GWC up here stands for Dutch West India Company. This was done in 1629. These are the laws put forth by the Dutch West India Company, right? So law number 30, which I put in white right here, says the company will endeavor to supply the colonists with as many blacks as it possibly can on the conditions hereafter to be made without however being bound to do so to a great extent or for a longer time than it shall see fit. Right? So right here is just telling the people in 1629 who they want to be the colonists of what will become New York and Pennsylvania and Delaware and Jersey. Look, right here, the company will endeavor to supply the colonists with as many blacks as it possibly can on the conditions, right? So that's one of them. They wanted some cows and they wanted some of you niggers in order for them to come and then occupy, let me see if I can find it, occupy New York City. You see what I'm saying? So actually what I'm thinking about it, this is another one. This is in New York in 1650s, telling you exactly that where they're going to get them from. On the director and council of New Netherlands opening the trade to Brazil and Angola, there's a triangular trade, and authorizing the importation of slaves into New Netherlands. This is 1648. This is their laws, law and ordinances of New Netherlands. This is in there. Actually, I can read it real quick. Resolved that private inhabitants of New Netherlands, those are the colonists, shall be allowed to export their country produce under suitable duty, right? So the country produce, like I was telling Ms. before, the capital of vegetable growing at the time was a place called Long Island, and in particular Brooklyn, in particular where you have names like Von Sicklen and Van de Veer and all those names. So when they break up the farms, they become lots. New York has a block and lot system. I'm saying this, Q, and people know New York because then those lots of those former farms that the Africans were working on are then called what you know, Q, as new lots. So that whole new lots areas is where they were growing the vegetation or had us enslaved doing it. Why? To go to Brazil and Angola on these following conditions. First, that the aforesaid ships, when in Brazil, shall not be at liberty to return back with sugars to New Netherlands. Secondly, that the permit to proceed to Angola shall be granted only provisionally, that for the time that the dispensation shall continue regard to the transportation of slaves, which was accorded on Thursday last. So when you talk about specifics, these are like examples of specific laws that they had. And, you know, as far as reparations and stuff is concerned, there you go. From the foundation of when they did it, they put in there, like, in order for this to work, you're going to have to exploit some Africans. We promise that you can have as many Africans if you want, if you go to this experiment.
Yeah, that's that going. So I've been going back and forth. So that literally, so that even to connect the y'all. So I before he came up, I was telling everybody before the slave codes. The slave codes go for a period, like that's a whole period of time. That goes, some parts go from the 1600s, yeah, or 1500s, all the way up to whenever slavery was abolished in their territory. But in America, you got the Jim Crow, and you got Black Code also. So slave code, Black Code, Jim Crow. Some Black codes is the same thing as slave codes, but the article, I'm gonna put that link back in the chat for y'all. The article I had up here, truth is, you're gonna like this one. This is somebody who did this for their PhD or their master's on the connectivity between Black codes, slave codes, and the running theme between the two of them. Like they're not separate. It's the same rationale behind them.
Yes, I agree.
This oh, this ain't the same one. Which article I'm supposed to be? My bad. Let me put this back up. This was for Kentucky. I'm about to find some more. I did find some on the wrong one. So again, that's Kentucky's slave codes. So you see 1794. So if we did this in New York, this will be Britain. And then if you go back before this, you would see the Dutch. So they run theme there, y'all. So that's one running part of connectivity in the suffering of Black people, in the organized suffering of Black people. This is Jersey. I'm trying to find the exact thing on New Jersey.
But look, go back for a second, please, if you can. So when you see this, big and make it, yeah. So you guys, you have to understand, or you can get a better glimpse of what's going on. So you have laws in most cases because people are doing something. You want to regulate it, right? So slaves cannot carry any type of weapon. See, 1798. That's because at one time, I know it's hard to believe, the enslaved could carry some weapons. And this is how they were going to shoot animals and what have you. So they have it now that they don't want a conspiracy to go arise. I think in 1798, those 90s, that's when Barbados and St. John have like two big resurrections. So now they want to take away the access to the guns and slowly start to even regulate more. Now, in most cases around the 1830s, the state constitutions changed for a lot of states. And that's because this is the part that's missed out of history of what the free Black people were doing. So you're going to see like Mississippi, New York make some changes, Pennsylvania, South Carolina, all of these states start making regulations and in their state constitutions now charging them more money to free the Black people if they haven't any idea of freeing them. And also, this is where you get regulations like you can't be in towns, the sundown town type of thing. So that creates vagrancy issues, and then they create vagrancy laws. I'm saying that to say, so when you talk about slave codes and Black codes and how it gets to more formal law, where it's like we know it as vagrancy now, or three niggas can't stand together at the corner store. You know what I'm saying? Loitering and all these other type of things become modern legal terms, but they're based on the treatment of us. You see what I'm saying? And so you're going to see the 1830s, 1840 is going to, so 1830s is going to be, of course, Nat Turner. Right? So you're going to see, as soon as it was Nat Turner, 1831, okay, then they make, boats cannot transport slaves across the Ohio River without a note from their master, right? So because the enslaved are going away, once they get to Ohio is supposed to be free, free Black folks that are supposed to help you. And that Nat Turner thing happens, and in 31, you see what they put in there. Any slaves freed by their masters had to leave. There you go. 1850 had to leave the state. Any slaves freed by their masters, had to leave the state. So now it creates a vagrancy issue for free Black people because you can't set up roots anywhere. This is a problem. Black folks are fighting for civil rights at that point and earlier because you are free, but you don't have equal protection under the law. Why? Because state constitutions can say any slaves free, so now you're a free person, have to leave the state. So now I'm free, but that's free, but you got to get up out of here. Now that comes with conditions. See what I'm saying? The owners had to pay money to pay for their transportation out of Kentucky. So now you got a condition, okay, these white folks even tried to free them, then they turn around and put stipulations on the white folks that trying to free you. And it wasn't all for humanitarian reasons. A lot of times you were older and of no use to them, or you was afflicted in some way or trouble. All these are part of reparations when people try to get into the history, because now we can't even set up roots, and we realize that the civil rights is not isolated to the 60s. It's the point of reparations. It's not just your enslavement, you say. Well, if you point into things when you're free, those are civil rights. But how we've been conditioned is we keep thinking of Martin Luther King and Rosa Parks. No, this is civil rights going always. They're free people who don't have the same citizenship rights as white folks. And this is what they're fighting for. Yo, if I go and buy a crib somewhere, you tell me I don't have the right, you can come kick me out tomorrow? Yes. Then how am I free? I can't vote. I can't do this. I can't go here. That's civil rights fight. I want equal rights and equal protection under the law. But those free Black people have a problem, because then it becomes an issue of citizenship. And then that's what the 14th Amendment does. Now you have your citizenship. The problem with these folks that's early on is they're of an alien status. So you can say kick them out and do all this wild stuff and sundown town and black code. And IC3, why do you look like an old Atari game, if I may ask?
Yeah, I've had a problem with my other computer and the networks. So
are you stuck in a Commodore 64?
This is an old laptop. I'm using my old laptop just to get back online. But the engine is coming today.
Does it come with batteries? Is like, what kind of device is it?
Sorry, man. I'll get this. Hopefully the engineer comes today. I'll get back on my proper computer.
The engineer? Do you look like you're on the Star Trek Enterprise? Engineer? Who you getting? Sulu or somebody to come through and fix that? Come here. What's that dude with the eyes? With the LeVar Burton about to come and fix it? So yeah, we got that alien status, Lord John. You see that book, Deity? I think I'm deaf. You should take it off mute so we can hear you, brother.
Oh, can you hear me?
People,
No,
yeah.
there you go.
A People's History of Self-Determination by Herb Boyd, right?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I'm definitely going to.
Did you see Black Detroit also?
Huh?
Did you see Black Detroit also?
As far as the book?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm going to purchase it, yep.
Okay. So yeah, that'll give you Michigan.
Oh, okay. I see what you mean. As far as the flourishment of Black folks in that time. Okay.
Because every place we go got a different story, especially early on at that period. So you could see how the early Black folks up in Detroit and Michigan and running back and forth to Canada, trying to do certain things and
yeah, man. Yeah, definitely. It sort of reminds me of the one it's called, I want to say, what's it called? The name of the book is called it's about Saint. Let me see. I think it's right over
So
here.
look, Q, go back up. Go slow. Go back up, please. Who's that? Who's driving? Q or you, Diddy? No. Go back to the title. I'll show you the trick.
Oh, my bad. I got you. One second. Hold on.
Now, look, folks. Here's the trick. We free when 1865, right? Allegedly, that's how people like to tell a story, especially in Wokomania, right? This law, this thing says slaves and who?
Free persons of
color. Once again, an act concerning slaves and free persons of color. We're talking about in North Carolina, and the year is when? 1831. But they're telling you was free when? 1865. What did we learn in school? That it was niggas free the whole time, and you was violating their civil rights. That's why you never taught us the story. Right in there, we never look. It's not a law just for slaves. Who is they talking about? An act for who? Free people. Well, what's the year? 1831. Remember I tell you those state laws was changing when? Did I not say around
1830s?
What happens in 1831 or 30? Was that 30 or 31? Nat Turner. Nat Turner was he a slave? No, Nat Turner was free. Was Denmark Vesey a slave? No, Denmark Vesey was free. Do you see now why one of the reasons they say, no, these free people got to go to Liberia because they are causing too much trouble. But they never taught us in the same shit we looking at for North Carolina that we talking about not just the enslaved, what they crushed in our heads, but free black people. Look at the year. We can run around with the story 1865 and Master Lincoln and all this other.
Nah, I ain't gonna lie, Taz. What up? This is technically from. I was like, you know what? I got you, Taz. We're gonna go this
I
route.
can't see what's up with that 1865 talk though, just to make sure, we can agree.
I got a like. It's not different. It's expanding the conversation because I gave my students an assignment to come up with videos on reparations, but my students come from mad different, vast backgrounds and stuff. So I was like, you know what? Be explicit in what you're discussing, and be very direct. So if you're saying about New York or Jamaica or America or Florida, be specific as possible. So I was like, you know what? That reminded me what Taz said. So when I did the stream, I was like, you know what? Let me just show what Taz is saying. Like, look, y'all, I know we want to say slavery. I know we want to say that. But the reality of reparations isn't, and what I was saying earlier before Taz came up, I find that in the community, we've assimilated the word reparations to slavery, and that's an incorrect usage of the term. Reparations is an act that's put upon or used to repair whatever said situation is. And so our interest should be laying out as many said things as possible, but not trying to put it all together in one pot. I agree on that. And there's no reason to do that. There's plenty of documentation to be explicit, and there's enough room for the conversation to be organized for people to be involved in it in the way it's supposed to be. And I think the Jim Crow laws, Black code laws, slave codes, there's plenty of space for you to show your family in that experience. And also slavery. There's plenty of space to show your experience in that one. There's tons of it. So right now I'm just going through different codes, and then Truth came up and he was just right in the same space. Like, all right, boom, these are even more loads. And just showing a running theme that you may not be able to show your family's connection to slavery because it might just be too far from your area. But if your family was there in the early 1800s, and you can literally connect it together because the laws have a connectivity. They have a linearity between the laws. It went from slave codes straight to black codes or and then the Jim Crow, and that reality has been the same for black people. And so we should be able to understand explicitly how that reality came about.
No doubt. I'm glad you was listening. Because sometimes they can be feeling like shit falling upon deaf ears. Like, so no, I'm glad you heard me, bro. I appreciate that.
Yeah, it's just, I always say language. I was like, let me organize in a different way. Like, we should just use that. The other brother that came up that was FB, I'm like, yo, it's being explicit. He didn't know what explicit meant. And I'm like, that's part of the reality in the conversation. If you don't know what explicit means, you shouldn't be having an argument.
Yeah, he probably was thinking like explicit lyrics, like, you know what I'm saying?
I'll give him that because that's what he thought, but you should also know there's a, maybe my link, my I don't know, maybe I don't. True said I'm a coconut. See, son swears I'm Jamaican. I'm like, shout out to my Jamaican. I grew up trying to be Jamaican because I'm from Flatbush and shit. And once I heard my grandmother had connection to Jamaica in some way, I'm like, yo, son, Rastafari,
Yeah, you got coconut in your voice, like you was trying to listen to Garnett Silk.
Yeah,
that's
like that. Yeah, that's Caton Avenue, baby.
Yeah, that's David Levy Town. Rocking you.
Caton Avenue, son. I grew up across the street from Earl Chin, son. So you know what I'm saying? Like
VP Records.
That's a legend right there. He's across the street from me, bro. Like I'm saying, I saw him every day, son.
You know that whole family bazillionaires, right?
Nah, not really.
What? Look up the Chen families, and they got a Wikipedia page.
He got mad kids, and like he's mad. Like he
got more Chens than a Chinese phone book.
Yeah, a bunch of Chens around.
Ow! Come on, y'all. I'll get no points for that one. This crowd is tough.
Hell yeah, but. That should be this, attach yourselves. I'm just going through laws. Like, this is North Carolina slave laws. Like, literally the whole East Coast should be on North Carolina and South Carolina. All of us is connected to that. They cannot separate you from the experience. If you can show that your family was in North Carolina at this time, that's just what it is. They did it to your family. Don't think because you grew up in New York that doesn't count for your great-great-grandmother who lived in North Carolina. That would be dumb. So all y'all dudes down south that thinking New Yorkers ain't in the conversation, don't forget the migration period. Dudes got up out of there. And why did we get up out of there? The migration really isn't the migration. The migration was us seeking places where we can go and enjoy civil liberties that we told we were supposed to get. That's also a need for reparations.
Thanks.
We had to fucking migrate in our own goddamn country because motherfuckers wasn't treating us right. We couldn't even read and shit. Nigga said, I'm a freedman. This motherfucker told me I can't read. I went to jail for reading. I got to get the fuck out of North Carolina. These niggas is crazy. You heard what they doing in Michigan? They let niggas read up there, bro. In New York, niggas got cars. They can read. You know what I'm saying? You can open up your own store.
This is perfect. I wasn't even looking for this. Can I share my screen real quick?
Mm-hmm.
Hi, here you go. Taz jumped in here too, and just what you was talking about, right? Let me know when you can see it. You see this? This is 1923, and I just typed because I got shit under Great Migration. And look at this shit. Cleveland wants no more, says migrants. Southern newspapers are taking every opportunity to stem the tide of Negro migration from the South to northern cities. And as a notable evidence of this concerted effort of whites to keep the Negroes in the South, the Louisville Courier publishes the caption, Negroes warn. The city authorities of Cleveland through the Ohio Superintendent of Employment, Superintendent, have served notice that no more work seekers are wanted in that city.
We was the immigrants.
There's already there, they say, a man for every job. This is directed especially to the Southern Negroes who for months have been pouring into Cleveland as they have been pouring into other cities of the North. Cleveland has no work for them, does not want them, and if they continue to flock there, it will be at their peril. And in this respect, Cleveland is not alone among the cities which have been attracting the migration of the Southern blacks. It was different a few months ago. There was scarcity of labor in some of the manufacturing industries. Advertising campaigns were conducted in the South. People listen how the shit was done. Advertising campaigns were conducted in the South. The same thing they do, putting the advertising across the Mexican border, telling them, bring your ass over here. We got a gig for you. They putting all them shits down south, talking about, oh, you could come work up here for some bullshit. Eloquent agents were sent there to lure the Negroes northward. So successful were these efforts that whatever labor markets there may have been across Ohio have been glutted. Cleveland sounds a timely warning, and the Negroes would do well to heed it. Winter is coming. They had better stay on the sunny side of the river where they have managed to live heretofore, and where at least they know what to expect. So this is 1923.
And who's
I agree with the article though. Like I agree with that.
Here's the kicker. This paper, this is a black newspaper. This is
you don't want to go to Cleveland, fam. That was actually good sound advice, actually.
In 1923, though, bro.
Cleveland has always been what it is today. That is the mistake by the lake. There is nothing in Cleveland, and there was nothing there then. You know what I'm saying? So
here's the thing I wanted to just say. I want y'all just chime in on this. So, and I could show a few more examples from around even as early as 1910 and around when we was going to Chicago and New York and all these other places. But my point is, we think this struggle may have started like in the 50s or 40s when grandma came. This shit go all the way back to great grandma and them making moves. You get what I'm saying? This 1923.
Hell yeah.
Yo, bro, like I ain't gonna lie. Y'all got me in a different these last couple conversations because I told you I just went to Kentucky to get my stuff. See, my mom's passing, but I got access to all the pictures. They were the old folks. They don't let you get the pictures. And I remember her when my grandmother died. She was like, "Yo, I got to get the pictures," and she was like, "Yeah, grandma wouldn't let me get them until she passed." I'm like, "I got the pictures now." So I'm like, "Yo, bro," I can literally walk through this era. I'm like, and when I'm hearing Taz, I'm listening to Arg. I'm like, technically. And I'm looking at Deity while Taz was talking the other day. I'm like, if I was on my real lawsuit shit and they open up the conversation, nigga, I'm putting everything on this dot and not putting it together. This is we got to take a little different approach with it. We need, let's open up the books and like the law opens up the whole. You just have to show connectivity to this era's laws. And then longevity in the duration of those laws. That brings you to slavery. Because technically, this is slave codes. It's like these are slave codes. So by definition, your family was dealing with the experience of slave codes. And even if they weren't slaves, they were dealing with them as free blacks, which shows indifference even more.
Right.
That's... You know what I'm saying? It didn't even matter if you was a slave. You still couldn't live. Nigga, I couldn't buy a book in 1820. I done went through 80 years of slavery, got my ass out, and these niggas said, I can't open up a business.
That's the tough part of that conversation, though, is I don't know if everyone's ready for a conversation because you got too many people undermining the actual event. So right now, I think, you know what I'm saying, it's a battle uphill just trying to get people to understand, well, look, I'm not saying slavery didn't happen or any of that, but that's not the only injustice that we have to work with. It's a bridge to even cross to get people to understand that right now.
After listening a little differently, the word reparations, you can do your own test, but you do your own test and see how the word is connected with the person using it. If they attribute reparations to slavery versus reparation being the act of dealing with damages, and you're allowed to list out damages as much as possible. They don't have to be a running story where, you know, it started in 1500. No, that's a whole different reparations case. Jim Crow, another reparations case. Shit, the crack errors of reparations. Like, these are all different cases that need to be presented.
But you were saying before black codes. I was trying to find them shit for you.
Yeah, I got a bunch of them lined up. This. Y'all can see this one. I mean, I gotta zoom in more. This is Carolina. Then this is North Carolina. I'm on North Carolina's neck now. Now that I got my family stuff from there, yeah. Once if I can get this next set of stuff, I can get to hopefully find the birth records. I can get the birth certificates and be in South Carolina. Man, listen, B, it's up, son. It's up because all I gotta show is about this. This is why my family left.
You about to get your slave on, son?
Yo, bro, I'm sitting here, I'm like, yo, this is not, because the way they word it with reparations, even myself, and people be like 400 years. That's not the way it works. And then when they say 1865, I don't think they're really understanding that slavery ending in 1865 and everything before that is defined as the slave period. So the experience in that is just what it is. Now, do you have to go back 600, 400 years to show yourself on a boat? No. I know that's what you were saying, Taz. I don't think you could convey it like that, and I don't think people were hearing it with the word reparations. Like, I just clicked. I'm like, hold on, this word doesn't mean this. Like, we got to stop doing that. You know what I mean? Like, that's not what it means. Like, you can't. If your brain hears reparations and thinks slavery, you gotta tweak that.
Yeah, but that's the uphill part of it, though. What I'm saying like, and I'm saying this in terms of like years of doing it as content. People can't detach reparations from slavery intellectually. That's the only understanding they have of it. And I'm saying that because a lot of our history ain't taught, we don't have those individual moments that we would understand that culminate to a reparations conversation. Most of the times when they've heard it, it was just for slavery. You know what I'm saying? I just don't think the average thought comes along with the other atrocities in history.
Well, I think the word.
My bad. Go ahead.
I think the word slavery itself and the experience is the way it's just thrown out there. You know what I mean? Like, because slavery, by definition, in this period is if you're in these areas. And like we just showed New Jersey, here North Carolina, I'm about to show Maryland, Mississippi, there was very little differentiation. Even while they read that, there was very little differentiation between free blacks and enslaved blacks. It was just that you wasn't owned by somebody. But in societal freedoms, you were pretty much just as limited. You know, you didn't get whipped every day. You know what I mean? You didn't go through that chattel part, but the restrictive reality of liberties you endured, and that itself needs to be a compensation for.
So you have STEM channel, Thomas Jennings. He has the first patent, right? First black man to have a patent, right? Something to do with cleaning and the cleaning process, right? But the bigger point to what you're saying, his daughter is the first Rosa Parks, right? So, like I said, if you go down on the other side of City Hall where J&R used to be, the bus stop there is named Elizabeth Jennings Place. And I'm saying all this to say that's part of what I'm talking about with the civil rights struggle for amongst free black people during those times. Now, she gets on the trolley car on a Sunday trying to go to church, and they start trying to get at her and try to get the white folks to see. She ain't having it. She gets into it with the trolley driver and punches him in the face, and actually goes to court. She gets thrown off the trolley, actually goes to court and wins. And this is 40 or 50 something, right? So my point is, like, we're talking about things, we're talking about civil rights. So I'm gonna keep saying it. Like, if we look at it like that, that's where the case comes in, because now I am free and you're still violating my citizenship. And that has been a consistent theme. right? Doesn't that then lead to when you then talk about redlining and black codes and segregation and blah blah blah?
You know what's crazy saying that? That's the reason why I changed the language in Zayek's Institute 2 years ago. Instead of us doing African studies, I don't want to insult it, but I kind of saw African studies as just like an overrated history class. It didn't.
No, God, I'm just fucking with you.
So to me, it's social justice, and then it made me look at our plight, like you're saying, is a plight historically where we were pursuing liberties and equality and justice, and that's a running theme, regardless if you're a Pan-African, African national, Black liberationist. You were all in pursuit of Black freedoms and equality.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and that's a running, like how you're saying, the fight for liberties and the keeping from having these liberties and the enjoyment of liberties, and that's the theme. That's literally the theme.
So here we go. So you talking about, and a lot of people probably heard about like the Abolition Society, right? And you say, okay, that goes back to the 1700s. That's supposed to be the first big one, right? Right? Anybody you heard that? So go right where you are and Google Abolition Society, and let's just go to it. I'm gonna show you the trick once again.
Hold up, let me just read this one part so I can get off of it. This is the
Right.
Carolina.
Yeah.
Don't forget what you did. The first section of North Carolina's Slave and Free Persons of Color Act, and Act concerning slaves and free persons of color, describes how the state responded in the early 1900s in a federal bill, Thomas and blah blah blah. The bill responded to Constitution that stipulated Congress would not be able to prohibit the importation of slaves before 1808. All the abolitionists pushed for the national end of slavery by 1808 deadline, or at the very least to end a slave trade, including the manumission of any legal imported slave, blah blah blah. Indeed, an act can be required that each and every Negro person of color imported to the state from any foreign place for a slave or to be held in service or later be sold or disposed for the use of the state, the county. Hold up. Indeed, as conceded at North Carolina required that each and every Negro, mulatto, or person of color imported into this state from any foreign port or place for a slave or to be held to service of labor be sold and disposed of for the use of the state. I want to be clear. We all read that. For the use of who?
For the state.
Taz, you see that? That's very clear. The state telling everybody, look, nigga, I don't care who you individually are. This belongs to the state.
But why?
Sorry,
but why then?
Other shit too. What year we in?
Well, hold on. Tell Taz why, Q.
I don't know. I'm just stating, like, well, the state holds possession of property.
Okay, but why then?
Money.
Look what it said. You got it. Look, what happens in 1807?
Oh, the free person of colors.
No, what happens in 1807?
They banned slavery.
Where? How?
In North
Transatlantic slave trade, right? Not slavery.
That didn't happen in 1807 though.
What do you mean?
That was that didn't happen in 1807. That is in where's that clause at? That's a 20-year clause.
Right. It's in
just over 20 years after signing the
Constitution. Hold on,
Yeah.
Article 1, Section 9. That's what we're talking about. Yeah,
Yeah.
it says
Right.
So 1787 plus 20. That's how you get it in 1807, and they make it.
That's how you get 1808.
That's
right.
But my point,
that's what I was reading over here.
But my point is this. That's why you see them then saying, well, you get it from somewhere foreign. We gonna take it. Now that becomes state property because you wasn't supposed to get it from nowhere foreign because of what was done in 18. Now the law is you can't go. You wasn't supposed. It was difficult to get them in the first place, but you damn sure can't get them from nowhere foreign now. So the state is then saying, okay, you go ahead and do that. We taking that from you. See, look, from foreign port or places for a slave. Then what happens? We taking them from you, and we gonna make the money off of them because we have this 1807 law in place. That's what the law is saying.
So what year was this?
This is 1807, right? What is this? 1808. What is this? Well, anything after that is going to be count. But when was this?
I believe it's
1808. Common Sense signed 1807. That's the Constitution. Blah 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 blah. Go up. I think it's probably later. This is probably what, the 30s.
No, this is referring. This is, as can be seen in this act. So this is still talking about this. This is talking about the Free Person of Enslaved Color Act in 1800, 1808, 1807.
Right. So that's going to be because now the state is addressing that.
I want to find this one. I was trying to find this one.
Which one?
They have two of them. So they got the North Carolina one in 1855. Right. And they got one in 1715. But I ain't been able to find this one yet.
Well, that's going to be 1715. Not going to be much difference in the South Carolina one. 1715. Hold on.
Let me see.
Oh, God. Let me see.
I got aspects of the North Carolina Slave Code. That's a book though. I ain't been able to find the I got North Carolina Slave Courts.
Okay, here we go.
And that's a book reference. I was trying to find something that list out the actual code, like the laws.
Okay, arson, poisoning, murder, and rape by slaves were capital offenses in North Carolina, as in most southern colonies and states. Castration, oh good Lord, castration was also a punishment for unruly slaves, which is those who are defiant, unmanageable, uncontrollable, especially if there had been a prior offense. If we look at the slave course in North Carolina in the colonial period, records survive that demonstrate resistance by slaves and the brutal repression of that resistance. Running away was a crime. In this crime, the slave stole himself from his master. In North Carolina, from 1748 to 1772, a span of 24 years, more than 100 slaves were sentenced to death. In some cases, the offense is not known, but confirmation of the death exists for 86 of the 100 recorded deaths. In July 1770, five slaves.
I think my bad. I think what they're saying they have two laws that they put into act that serve as the first slave codes. So the first one was an act concerning servants and slaves attempted for the first time to define the social, economic, and even physical place of the Negro population. Blacks could not leave their plantation without a ticket,
or written certificate, or pass.
Yeah. And then the other one was discouraged miscongeniation. A white indentured woman who bore a bastard child with a Negro, mulatto, or Indian father for service years or paid a fine of £6. That's the two right there. The first, I think that's the two that they say.
So that happens early. It's a similar one in Virginia and somewhere else. What happens is the white Irish women start catching jungle fever. And so they make laws saying, well, if y'all going to keep doing this, then you are going to have to serve the same condition as the slave, and your child may be enslaved. But it didn't stop them because the Irish women were still getting the nasty on with the Mandingo manses. And that was a problem because then it was the status of the child that became a problem and so forth and so on.
This right here, I feel like the pursuit of freedom needs to be argued in the like this is 1800s. Mm-hmm. And you got black people who were trying to escape slavery were given 39 lashes.
Mm-hmm. Because they were breaking the law. I just said that they broke the law. Now, they stole themselves.
Now, what does that say to the black person who didn't leave? This is a mental game they were playing. So to me, I think just showing that your family was in this region at this time, to me, connects you to those lashes.
Oh gosh.
Because if you're just a
I gotta run to the store. I'll be back, bro. I'll be back. God damn.
Bro, you gonna leave for the whipping part, Taz? That's messed up, yo.
No, but I'm saying that like
that's messed up.
You may not, because all right, so you may not be able to find your pictures of your ancestor getting whooped.
Okay.
Just let's say if your deity's great grandmother was in North Carolina, and my great grandfather, I'm gonna suppose that, you know what, My great-great-grandfather stayed on the motherfucking plantation. He saw another motherfucker get whooped and said, I'm not going nowhere. This is my ticket, sir. And that kept us on the plantation longer. Like you know what I mean? We got this reality of the tools that how is it? What's that punished the pursuit of freedom?
Do you know that they imported specially raised dogs from Cuba that they raised to chase you? Like, I don't think people understand. It wasn't like they were just running from some dude. I'm gonna get you, Titus. They raised big ass dogs to specially chase you. We clear on that? And it ain't no, good one, Rusty. Stop biting them. They ain't going down back there. Chase you. So the pursuit of freedom, like you're saying, was a crime. That's what Frederick Douglass was angling at. You voted with your feet. Think of that shit though. Okay, if I run away, it is a crime. Why? Oh, you stole yourself.
That's crazy. You stole yourself. That's really
stole
crazy.
Yourself, sir.
You stole yourself. You stole yourself into freedom. Fucking crazy. Oh, he put the link for the dog, the Cuban dog. Oh, Dogo.
I got the dogs. But y'all should know of all people. I got the dogs. I don't want to say if I ain't got the dogs.
Yeah, that pursuit. This is, and I want you to understand, this is not the 1600s, y'all. Just so you know, this is not the 1600s. So when they be like 400 years back, this is the 1800s, y'all. 1830s, 1850s. Like, I'm one family member away from this story in North Carolina, personally. I'm like, oh, nah, this is, I didn't understand it that way until, honestly, this week, listening to the way the arguments have been organized. I'm like, there's a real different way of seeing this. Yeah, like, this is crazy. Yo, Vias, what up, King?
What's good, y'all? I'm just getting home from work, really. I heard y'all. Truth probably knows this. I don't know if the audience does, but this is something you can attack with the elbows. Those maroon dogs, they was trained in a way to where they could sniff out the difference in between Africans and the natives, and they wouldn't attack native people.
We need all that.
Just to add a little nuance.
Q, can you share my screen?
Mm-hmm.
But what's going on, everybody?
Watch this, Vyasa. Watch this. Watch this. Don't even say nothing. Look how I'm like y'all gonna start calling me motherfucking prophet around here. You see my screen?
Uh-huh.
This is from 1796. Just as he said it. See the word there? Maroon. Now I'm gonna type dog in here. D-O-G. Well, lo and behold, maroon, just as he said it. Spanish dogs of the ancient race were sent with Spain hunters to hunt men in Jamaica this is 1796, under the command of Earl of Balcarres. I fear that as the noble lord, blah, 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 blah. That's the dog that you're talking about. Now, those same my motion concerning the barbarous use of bloodhounds against men in the Jamaica War. Who were they at war with? That's right, the Maroons. Just as you said it, I swear to God, Vyasa. Look. But, sir, this subject is now renewed as a public question. When I first mentioned it, Mr. Pitt seemed struck with the barbarity of employing dogs against men. The whole something gave him credit for the sensations, yada, yada, yada. Okay, on the motion after the notice, Dr. Dunn very truly denied that any orders have been sent from the government to employ dogs against men. So the point is that this, as you can see, talking about that dog, the bloodhounds and what have you, not just the bloodhounds, was another type, right? Was hunting who? Balcarres has employed dogs. What'd you say, Vyasa? This is 1796, right on cue. Against who? The Maroons, right in front of your face, because he had the power to do so, and they had not. Primaries? December 1st, 1796. Just when you said it, Lord Balcarres, if you want his name, has employed dogs against the Maroons because he had the power to do so and they had not. Damn, son. I should play the number. I'm gonna go play me a number tomorrow, yo.
You know it's crazy. This the next line.
What's that? Where? And this or something you
right,
doing?
right here. It doesn't say dogs,
Oh,
but
okay. Yeah.
escaped slaves who kill cattle or hogs or commit other injuries to survive while absconding, where they are to be immediately called out for surrender. If they fail to surrender, if it became lawful for any person, it became lawful for any person to kill or destroy. Hear that? Destroy
yes
such slave or slaves by what such ways or means as he thinks shall think fit, with accusation or impeachment of any such crime. That is crazy.
And you get reimbursed if you have to destroy one. So you can get another slave or get paid.
That's crazy that they specified the hogs in there, because if you ran away, typically that would be what you wanted to survive on, because pigs make noise all night. So it's not alarming if you hear them making noises. And we kind of picked that up along the way. Just another little nuance to that maroon life.
So I guess that's when we must have stopped being Muslim back then.
Most definitely.
Yo, Assalamu, what nigga passed the hog?
This
Mama
is
cooking breakfast with the hogs. I'm sorry.
This next one.
Yeah, truth, they would grab them while they was little.
Facts. This next one right here, this one, and something that, and it's crazy while they read this, but there's a transition in the codes where the codes that applied to slavery just fell off and they just kept moving forward towards black codes. And so slaves right here, slaves again were prohibited from carrying guns or weapons, even for hunting, or both. They and their owner faced punishment. Slaves were also prohibited from raising livestock, preaching in public, selling liquor, hiring out their time, teaching or attempting to teach any other slave to read or write, and playing any game of cards, dice, nine pins, or any game of hazard or change for any money, liquor, or any kind of property. This right here is beginning of super black codes that go all the way through. This right here goes all the way through Jim Crow.
Okay, so right before that, see what says selling liquor? Right in that same thing, it says what? Hiring out their time. So when you say things that were cases of slaves getting money, and then people go, ha, 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 you sound like a fool, dummy. Do you see what it says? In the law. So like I said previously, on Sundays, sometimes when the master and the family was going to church, you could rent out your time and be able to make some change from it. And they would then many save a lot of their change for many years. Why? And then try to convince master that they could buy their freedom. And so that's where they even trying to limit that, where now you're going to have difficulty hiring out their time to stop the number of people who are going to try to find a way to be free.
Yep.
And here comes the Nat Turner line right after that, Anna Denmark Vesey, who, look.
Any slaves found guilty of conspiracy or insurrection face death or transport to another state.
Now,
this next line.
Here we go.
The next line is the reason why when people are like, yo, why didn't y'all help everybody over there? This is the reality. Any free person who participated in any conspiracy, rebellion, or insurrection of slaves, including the procurement of weapons, shall be adjudged guilty of a felony and shall suffer death without benefit of clergy.
Okay, so when they say, and I say, do you understand why they wanted the free black people to go to Liberia?
Yep.
This is what the free black people were doing. So now this is going on. What you have now, you got to think about this. You have a college already. Wilberforce University, look it up. It's in the 1830s. So now you got that. You have organizations. You got fraternal organizations. You have school. You have mutual and benefit society. Do you have an insurance company yet? You're starting insurance companies, but you're still in, yeah. You have all these were forming institutions for this emerging Black community that we're preparing for as more of us get free. Not only that, you then switch the motivation. This is what I was saying before. This is where your motivation, your interest switch. So, okay, we're going to go back to Africa now. We're going to worry about freeing our people right here. So then you see Denmark Vesey, free man, Nat Turner, free man, all the other ones, William Hamilton and all these other people doing these things. So now they got to address the laws. Who's the problem? It's the free Black people. So who is the people that they never taught us about in school?
Free Blizzaks.
Never, ever, ever, ever. All we learned was Kunta Kinte and plantations. When in the laws that we read and they got all this shit. Oh, now we can do it. Q, before you go on, just open up another tab for me real quick. You come right back to this because this is going to show you what I'm saying. And type in Abolition Society of Pennsylvania because that was the first one. You go right back to this because this is exactly what I'm talking about. Let me pull it up.
I'm trying to pull it up now.
Okay. Oh shit.
Pennsylvania Abolitionist Society papers. That's the one.
Let me see what you got. Hold on, let me see.
Nah.
Here. Let me show. Share my screen. Okay, share this tab. Let me know when it's sharing.
It's sharing.
Okay. So the reason I said that is, once again, this is the first abolition society, right? But look at the name and what this is about. Once again, this is the first. What do we have here? The Society for the Relief of who? Who?
Negroes.
No. What Negroes?
Of free Negroes.
What's happening to the free Negroes in the 1700s? Unlawfully held in bondage. The reason that this come about because we're talking about before America's America. This is 1775. There's a society forming for the relief of who ain't say nothing about no slaves. Free 1775. What's happening to them? Well, this is what Prince Hall and the others was fighting about. The free Negroes were sailors and they were getting kidnapped and being sold. Yes, this is 12 years a slave, 50 years before 12 years a slave. Free Black people. We ain't learned about them. This is a century before we learned about them. What is this organization about? They were unlawfully held in bondage. They was getting kidnapped. There go reparations, you free. And what's happening? You getting kidnapped. Was the first American Abolition Society, founded in 1775, blah, 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 blah. It was reorganized in 1784 as the Pennsylvania Society for Promoting the Abolition of Slavery and for the Relief of Free Negroes Unlawfully Held in Bondage. See what I'm saying? So you mentioned the free Negroes there. Now we can go back, was it 50, 60 years before that, before America's America, and it's still about what they doing to free Black people, not just the slaves.
That's fine. Facts on facts.
1775.
Free Blacks. Yeah, I see that consistent running theme. Consistent running theme. And right there, see, whether bond or free shall be deemed and taken into incapable in law to be witnessed in any case whatsoever.
So what do you want? You want a civil right to serve on a jury so you can at least get a shot and fit. That's a civil right. This is the 1800s. It's not in the 1960s.
This also goes back to the court. So a lot of times when they be like, it's not personal, I want you to see, y'all, the connection with the government. Should a North Carolina resident wish to emancipate his slaves, he must file a petition in one of the superior courts. North Carolina is easy work, y'all.
So a solution of what we can do is, hey, you can get around that where if you free some of them, what you can do is send them to Liberia because they may be free, but they will never be equal.
This whole thing is right here. Y'all see this? This is crazy. Should a North Carolina resident wish to emancipate his slaves, he must file a petition in one of the superior courts. The courts would grant the request only if the requester had given public notice of his intentions. I'm sure you had to pay for this public notice. So that also is another connecting point. So whatever newspaper that was publishing the public notices for slave anything, yeah, they also inside of the conversation. Provided bond with 2 securities payable to the state of North Carolina in the sum of $1,000 for each slave in order to ensure the slave's proper behavior in the state upon emancipation.
Mr. Q?
It's crazy.
Is there a Liberia, North Carolina?
You about to put me on?
Yes, there is. Okay. Not only that, you got, what is it? Places in Liberia named after places in North Carolina.
Oh, yeah, we got to pull that up so they can see that.
Okay. Okay, hold on. Share my screen. Here's part of it.
Yo, as he pulling this up, regardless of the payment, look at this, regardless of the payment, y'all. However, free slaves had 90 days to leave the state of North Carolina and never after come within the same. Failure to leave the state or any return to the state would result in the arrest of the free slave. If found guilty of violating terms of his or her emancipation, the free slave could be ordered to be sold back into slavery. Slaves freed in other states or any other free Negro or mulatto were prohibited from migrating to North Carolina. Any free Negro or person of color who may be a resident of the state was prohibited from leaving the state for more. This is crazy. Damn, that's crazy. So any free Negro, this is what truth is, that's crazy, y'all. Any free Negro or person of color who may be a resident of the state was prohibited from leaving the state for more than 90 days. Upon leaving for more than 90 days, that person's residency was revoked and he or she could no longer legally return, provided he or she had not been unable to return due to sickness or unavoidable occurrence. Any free person of color was also required to avoid idleness, dissipation, in order to avoid arrest or subsequent term of time to serve of labor. Crazy.
You have an alien status. You are not a citizen. Thus, you do not have the rights of a citizen. Thus, the fight for our people is civil rights. So, because what was happening, even when you were free, you could come, they could come knock on your door, get the fuck out of town right now. You don't have no action against that. There's nothing legally in your favor if somebody just come and kick in your door and say, get out of town right now. So you have an alien status, even though you are free. So that's why the fight becomes a civil right. Like, I need the same protection these people got under this law. But this point right here was just to show that connection with Liberia. So you got Buchanan, Republic of Liberia, right? Third largest city in Liberia. I'll scroll down. History relations with America. Liberia has a long, rich history with Winston-Salem dating back to the founding of Liberia as a free democratic state. The connection between Salem, North Carolina and Liberia began in October 1836. What are you reading, Q? Around the same time. See what I'm saying? Free Black people. If you're going to be free and you want to be equal, take your ass to where the liberated Africans are in Liberia. So when local residents immigrated to Liberia via the American Colonization Society, connection continued when following the end of the Civil War, the Moravian Church established a neighborhood for freedmen named Liberia on land of the former Schumann plantation, which became a historic Happy Hill community. That's then where you get this connection with Liberia, North Carolina. You see? Predominantly African American community, Liberia was founded after the Civil War, like it said in the article. It was named for the African nation of Liberia, where many freed slaves migrated to after the war. So they're telling you in this case of the 1830s that you might be free, but your free ain't gonna give you nothing but headache, because why? You don't have status, you have an alien status.
The back of what you saying about the civil rights. This is the North Carolina Freedmen's Convention, 1866. This is about rights. City of Raleigh. There's their minutes from there. Like, but the whole purpose of this meeting and the ones prior to it was you can get this right here, y'all. The minutes for these meetings, like what Truth was just saying. And this was all about rights. And you see the education, civil rights, education, Congress, social conditions. So when we say the civil rights movement is our movement, the original founders of the civil rights movement is Black folks. Like, there's no getting around that. No offense to the Native Americans. No offense to the natives. Right? So yeah, the act covers almost every element of a slave or freedman's life. See? But for emancipation, it is perhaps unsurprising then that the meetings such as freedmen conventions were necessary for decades following emancipation, as men and women attempted to navigate a difficult political, social climate that was resistant to change. The minutes of the Freedmen's Convention held in the city of Raleigh on the 2nd, 3rd, 4th, and 5th of October, 1866 documents the day-to-day operations of a group dedicated to, like Truth said, equal rights. Saying, put the link for this in the chat. So you got this is the government. No, this is University of North Carolina. I put all the links in the chat, man. So all the sources is up. See, I can't be like your source, like everything it is how it's supposed to be. Immediate source ups. We know we're near done, y'all. Oh, let's go to Georgia real quick. That was North Carolina, so boom. All right, so let's see. Let's see. All right, can y'all see it clear? I think this document has, this is from the GeorgiaArchives.org. I ain't gonna try to read that. My eyes I'm already tired. Whereas for the increasing number of slaves in the province, it is necessary as well as to make proper regulations for the future ordering and governing of such slaves, and to ascertain and prescribe the punishment of crimes by them committed, and to settle and limit by positive laws the extent of power of the owners of such slaves over them, so that they may be kept in due subjection and obedience. Damn, that's crazy. That's what it said. Damn, these crackers. Damn. Can't help but say that. So that they may be kept in due subjection and obedience. And owners or persons having the care of and management of such slaves may be refrained from exercising unnecessary rigor or wanton cruelty over them. Damn. All Negroes, Indians, mulattoes, and Mestizoes, except those already free, who now are or shall hereafter be in this province, and their issue or offspring born or to be born, are hereby declared to be and remain forever be absolute. Damn, Gina. Let me see. What date is this? This is, all right. This was passed in Georgia. What is this document?
Wait. Go back down where you said Georgia. There you go. See my point? Passed when? After slavery was allowed. Georgia does not start with slaves. See the first one? After it was allowed. Does not start with slaves. It's supposed to be the Great White Project, and it failed.
Crazy. So I think, is it safe to say this document, it just says slave law 1755, portions of Georgia remain frontier, blah blah blah, passed after slavery was allowed in 1750, 74, based on the South Carolina Slave Code of 1740, renewed in 1765, revised in 1770. All right, so you get the idea what era this is, y'all. All Negroes, Indians, mulattoes, I just read this, except those already free, who now or are or shall hereafter be in this province, and their issue or offspring born or to be born, are hereby declared to be and remain forever after absolute slaves. Follow the legal condition of the mother, not the father.
That's a specific law called partis. That's what I was saying. Because it used to be after the father. Well, what happened was the white man was going to have babies with the Indians and the little Negro children. And since it went by the status of the father, those kids would be free. So then they changed the law. So the status of the mother, because more than likely that person would be enslaved.
All right. They said you can sue for freedom. Guardian must file suit as property, slaves, and free people of color have no legal standings. So I want you to see that. So as property, slaves, but remove the slave part, free people of color have no legal standings. So just remember that. Free people of color have no legal standings. Burden of proof.
Getting a trick.
Legal responsibility for enslaved persons include master, owner, and persons having charge or governance of slave, overseer, white family member, white employee. Under colonial law, penalties for white offenders usually consist of fines, whippings, and corporal punishment for slaves. After statehood and establishment of county jails, state penitentiary in 1870, penalties for white offenders include imprisonment. In the language of law, In the language of the law, a person is a white person, and usually a male, qualified by person of color. A slave cannot go out alone out of the town or plantation where they live unaccompanied by a white person, or without a letter or ticket signed by the master or person in charge. So again, this is that ID game, y'all. White folks, when you see white folks, ain't got to walk around with I ain't got no idea. It is that ID. Not getting on some conspiracy shit, but this is the ID, and police making sure checking you. Where your ID at, nigga? So any person, so for police officers, understand that's the reality for black folks historically. Any white person can apprehend or moderately correct a slave who is without a ticket or pass. This right here is the Ku Klux Klan backbone and why the federal government had to enact the color of law, because the culture was that white people culturally. And I want to make sure they understand that any white person can apprehend and moderately correct a slave who is without a ticket or pass. So when white people be like, we wasn't involved, fuck you mean? It's not my fault they gave you the right to apprehend black folks who was trying to get free. Nobody told you to do that. And I don't see y'all fighting against it. Any white person who forges a ticket for another person, person's slave is fine. No more than 7 men slaves can travel high roads together, unaccompanied by a white. So when you see black people walking in a group, and this is a cultural norm, it's crazy reading this because this really brings me back to like growing up and what my pops used to say about traveling. Like, to this day, I don't feel comfortable walking in the street with 4 black people. And it's not because they're black, it's because that's an issue for police. This is a running reality. White people having the Karen moments, white people's Karen moment is rooted in this cultural norm of seeing black people walk around. What was the brother that was shot down jogging?
Ahmaud Arbery.
Ahmaud Arbery, yep. White people, that is an exact example. Oh, damn. Yeah, we got to bring that. Oh, we should. Matter of fact, let me bring that up so that way it can connect that. Because that literally was an example. And not just him. Black people walking around free to white people is an issue. It may not be all white people, but understand Ahmaud Arbery was what, 5 years ago? 3-4 years ago?
No shit, not yet 5.
5 years ago. And it's culturally the same shit.
Show my screen. We're gonna get into some laws. You want to see the crazy? Okay, hold on. Where is it at? Oh, it's over here. You see what this says? This is 1713. A law for regulating Negroes and slaves when? In the nighttime. Be it ordained by the mayor that from henceforth no Negro, mulatto, Indian slave above the age of 14 do presume to be or appear in any of the streets of the city on the south side of Freshwater in the nighttime after sunset. And that if any Negro or slave shall be found after sunset without a lantern and a lighted candle. You used to have to walk around with a lantern and a lighted candle next to your face so white folks could see you and decide whether they was scared of you or not. This is the law. You see it? I wish I could highlight. Without a lantern and lighted candle in it, so as the light thereof may be plainly seen, and not in company with his or their master or some white person or white servant belonging to the family whose slave he or she is or whose service therein are. That when in such case it shall be lawful for any of his majesty's subjects within the said city to apprehend such a slave or slave not having such lanterns and candles and carry him to the mayor or recorder. You used to have to walk around with a candle to your face so they could see you at night. But there's another law, Q, and it's the exact laws you're talking about. First was this it? First it went from 3 couldn't gather to 4 couldn't gather. And this is where it gets implanted in our psyche. I'm trying to see where it is. But yeah, I'll find it in a second. It's we couldn't gather 4. Is after the 1712 insurrection. So we couldn't gather 3, and then we couldn't gather 4 people together. It was illegal for 4 of us to be together. Legal, what is it? 3 slaves, New York law. Okay, here you go. It was 1702 earlier. Here you go. laws affecting blacks, right?
I
782.
got that document. I got that document on my other screen. I was gonna do Manhattan next.
Oh, I could tell you that by heart. You know that's the sad part.
Yep.
I didn't have a social life for a long time. Slaves could not gather in groups larger than 3. See? 1702. 40 lashes on the naked back for offenders. Masters were free to punish their slaves for any misdeed, however they choose, short of killing them or cutting off their limbs. This is the law. And then it changes.
Giving out lashes to niggas, bro. What you say, 1702?
1702.
God damn.
Here you go. 1692. Slaves who made noise in the streets on Sundays could be whipped. You see? 1681. In a series of laws, slaves were forbidden to leave their master's house without permission. They cannot own weapons. They cannot gather in groups larger than 4. There you go. Whites and free blacks cannot entertain slaves in their homes, sell them liquor, Q, once again, this is 1681, or take goods or money from them.
Let me ask you something. Let me ask.
Yeah,
does
go ahead,
this,
man. Cool.
I have a. Does this show a corroborated effort? Just to be clear, like
with
them having the same type of laws culturally, does that show like a concerted effort?
They're the same people.
Well,
yeah, it's maintaining the institution of slavery too, though. All of this, so I mean, I would say it does travel all the way up into the 1800s. Absolutely.
Yeah,
but even from the but the states having, because this is New York, we just sold 4 different states or 5 different states with the same law stating you can't own guns, you can't own
because they come from colonial laws, and the laws start to get more stricter and stringent around 1660s. And so what they do is they take the codes and the laws they have in St. John and Barbados for the Africans and start to apply them here.
But these are individual states still.
That's they're colonies. They're still under British. There was a prevailing British colonial system that they're under.
Well, all right. So we're in 2 different periods. I'm in.
There you go, right here. Look where the British period starts.
I'm with so just so the listeners, I remember I was going from backwards. I was going from Jim Crow to black codes and slave codes, but and so people knowing certain colonies are very old. But the 1800s, anything post 1776, those are states.
Yes.
So we don't got to go to 1860, but all the states using the same, and the continuance, because a lot of states have a continuance of laws, they just switch it to freedmen. And they remove all of the indentured labor or forced labor stuff, and they just keep a lot of the same. You can't walk around at night. You can't play music, and instead of getting whipped, you now go to jail, or you pay a fine.
That's what I'm saying. You are now in an awkward position because you're not a citizen, but you could then be arrested for vagrancy and loitering charges.
Yep.
And so when the states then say you can't become a citizen, we have the right to kick you out. Like, what do? This became, you don't have a role. Your legal status is alien. So you can't then say, okay, you violated my rights in some way by taking this house I just paid for, or these shoes I just paid for, or whatever. You don't have no rights, even though you're supposed to be free. So then you get punished for your freedoms, which is the slick way, and this is where you start to get what they first start with pig laws, right?
Let me go back to Georgia. Yeah, though.
I'll stop you. Go ahead.
Now I was going state by state, so they can have when we use the explicit. Every owner of a plantation with 25 slaves over the age of 16 must retain 1 white man capable of bearing arms, a fine of $5 per month. Modified, every owner who keeps 10 or more slaves over 16 must keep a white man capable of bearing arms as an overseer, manager, or superintendent, same fine. Now, these are crimes of masters and white persons regarding slaves: beating, maiming, disabling, or a slave employed in lawful service of his master; concealing or conveying away for a slave accused of a crime to avoid trial; Master fine is 200, blah, blah, blah. Employing slaves to do work on the Sabbath. A retailer giving or selling beer or liquor to a slave. Hiring slave without a ticket from a master. Working slaves more than 16 hours a day. Nigga. Denying sufficient clothing, harboring, entertaining runaway slave, stealing, envelaging, or villaging, allowing persons of color or slaves to beat drums, blow horns, or allow public meetings or feastings of strange slaves.
Yeah, so what this means is slow down. So we're still practicing African traditions. So they started making the drums illegal after the Stono Rebellion, except for in Louisiana. So that's where the drums come apart. But we used to gather and have, parties and stuff. So now you got public meetings, right? That feasting of strange slaves ain't nothing, but we would have cookouts, if for lack of a better word. They called them frolics after a while. Then they said we would have all these frolics and made fun of us for gathering. So anytime we got public gatherings, it's a cause for them to make fun of. That's what they mean by the feastings of the strange slaves.
I figured that it was African. This is very good for, this is like you said, the cultural element. That's a powerful line right there. Teaching slaves to write or employing them as scribes. Teaching slaves to read, outlawed in 1770, reenacted in 1829, along with free persons of color. Very powerful, y'all. So if you're in Georgia, 1850, this is direct. I'm saying your family was not allowed to be able to read. This is what it was. They had to survive that. It's right there on the screen. This is not rocket science. It's right there. And when white folks, anybody says they want to deal with that, what did you think this looks like, not being able to read and be able to pursue freedom for 100 years? Don't go 400 years on them. 20 years, 5 years, 10 years. Right? This is the reality we had to deal with. Cruel and treatment, including excessive beating and whippings, withholding of food and clothing. Overworking was incorporated in the penal code. Extended included. Like, this is the reality. Overseers is in the language. There was a requirement to have overseers over blacks. Let me make sure y'all understood that. They required overseers. You were fined if you didn't have enough overseers around the Negroes.
Because there was regulations on the plantation systems. I'm saying there's laws for all of that stuff.
Yep. It's crazy. How many more pages is this? No person of color shall be free. No person of color, free or slave. So let me make sure they said that. No person of color, free or slave, shall be allowed to preach or join in any religious exercise with any person of color, free or slave, where more than 7 persons of color are present, and must have written certificate from 3 ordained ministers of their order. Must have written permission of county judges of inferior court. Must have written permission of a mayor or chief officer. Crazy.
And I knew you was gonna do it. Please read the year.
1833.
Why does it happen around then?
Take your ass to Liberia, motherfuckers.
No. Go back up.
Not Turner.
Yeah, exactly. So go back up. Go back here, Q, please, because look what it says. Look what the first thing it says. No person of color, free or slave, shall be allowed to. What was Nat Turner?
Preacher.
Get it? So they thinking we gathering, just talking about Jeremiah and Jebediah, and we planning revolts and resurrections, and they changing the law knowing these things, but all these years, centuries later, they think we was just really all about sweet baby Jesus and Matthew, Mark, and them up in there. They had to change the law now. They doing more than that Jesus stuff.
Oh nah. So this is why I'm at. So I want to make sure this shows a concerted effort between states.
Because of Nat Turner. Like, we
No,
got
I just want to be clear
Uh-huh.
that in a legal sense, we're showing a concerted efforts to keep black people away from freedom. So them using and referring to another state's black person, Nat Turner, pursuit and an attempt at getting free and actually getting free and killing other people. Other states enacted policies to keep black people from being able to do said things, which for black people was in the pursuit of freedom.
Because what had happened a year prior, you black people had the notion to organize all the free black representatives from each state and have your first Negro convention. That's what happened in 1830. And then out of that, you black people decided to make a STEM, quote unquote, university on the Ivy League level in New Haven, right next to Yale. The only thing that stopped that in 1832 was what Nat Turner did. All those things that you want to see, state constitutions and all this stuff changed around the 1830s in regards to us because of that Nat Turner incident. And the fact that, like I say, we started having Negro conventions and really handling our business as a people.
It is it's nail in the coffins, y'all. Unlawful for a white person to buy, sell, trade. It goes now. These culturally start developing into later Jim Crow and Black codes, and later political laws, y'all. Where this goes from church to black ideological thought, black freedom rhetoric. This right here turns into what? Jim Crow. This is the foundation of Jim Crow in the sense of business and competition and keeping black people from able to compete and thrive in an economic environment. Unlawful for a white person to buy, sell, trade, barter, etc. for any goods or commodities from a slave. Slaves are not allowed to keep boat or canoe or raise horses or cattle. Any person can seize goods or articles or take to justice of the piece goods sold at any at public auction. Owners of the persons in charge of slaves living within a town's limits can give slaves a license to sell with quantity and quality of goods specified in the sign license. See that culture of getting privilege from whites. Unlawful for any slave to work outside their respective house, a respective house or families without ticket. My bad, y'all. I'm definitely tight. Night white person should buy or sell from a slave without a ticket authorizing him to do cotton, tobacco, wheat, rye, oats, corn, rice, good or anything. Amended to blah blah blah. This is 1824. So this is definitely. And when they say slave, again, they already told you that also includes free person. Law for any person to apprehend or secure any runaway fugitive slave. Crazy. This is the Karen. So even if you was a free person, a white person will walk up to you and want to see what? Your ID. That's the Karen effect.
Surveillance society.
Yup, surveillance society. Where your black ass walking? Let me see your ID. For slave not claimed to 18 months sold at auction. Oh my goodness. 1860 time to unclaimed runaway slave reduced to 3 months. These are the first picture. These are the articles themselves. And this source, I'm gonna put this link in the chat, because they have all the links. And this is from the University of Georgia. There's a runaway slave reward. Runaway from the subscriber on Thursday 20th. A Negro woman named Maribel in French but in English, Fanny, about 30 years of age, short and thin, well known in Augusta and its vicinity, branded on her breast, Verdier St. Mark. It is, damn that, see that, y'all, it's crazy. It's 1802. It's very probable that she will make for John, Mr. John Fox's or Mr. Milledge's plantation, or go or to Mr. Ananias Cooper Mills, having a husband at each of the places above. Well, she was
jump off. Fanny was loose with it.
Fanny was, damn.
Fanny was giving up to Fanny.
Mm-hmm. As I'm told, some person wished to purchase her. Any person may have her for 500. Damn, any person may have her for 500. $5 reward, and if you find her, if you want to keep her, just give me 500, man. 455. Run away from the subscriber for 4 Negroes to with George, a country-born fellow of a yellow complexion, about 35 years old, 5 feet 8 or 9 inches high, rather slender male, has one of his toes cut off. Nanny, his wife, about 40 years old, much of the same complexion and height. This is beautiful right here. These 2 different stories are black love. You know what I'm saying? So just so y'all see that, you know what I mean? She was going to one of these niggas. One of these dudes she was going to see. They knew she was going to one of her husbands. And these
So she was spreading love, is that what you're saying?
But she was loyal though. She's like, look, I'm
to
gonna be
who?
to
She
both
had
of
4
them.
niggas. Who she was loyal to?
To both, four of them.
Oh, my bad.
I'm saying she didn't go to 6. Because the experience, not to joke on it, but she might have been on a plantation for 5-10 years and fell in love with somebody. They sold her, suffered for a year, hoping that she can get back to him, tried for another year, might have met this dude who tried to help her, and then she might have fell in love with him. Then they sent her somewhere else.
So basically, you saying there wasn't no jump offs back in the day.
I'm saying she wasn't a jump off. I'm going with now this is another case of reparations. You know what I mean? The forcing of us to mess up how we, our relationships.
Okay. All right.
You know what I'm saying? To be, All right. This is we know when this is crimes of slaves, Negroes, telegraphs, Georgia Telegraph, the Negro slave Jacob, probably was convicted of the big murder of Thomas A. Hurricane attending his casualty of freshman out of the mind readers.
Oh, he was selling that hooch.
Pretty much. He killed it. Man, that's fucked up. You could have killed a white person and still got killed. Killed the black. Damn. Militias. And it's all still Georgia, y'all. So this is when they banned 1798. And there be no further importation of slaves in the state from Africa or any foreign place after the 1st of October, 1798. So now, once you see the banning, 1798, free persons of color, any other state of seamen are prohibited from entering the state. It's crazy.
Right. So you free, you can't even go to Georgia.
Nope. Not even. Children under 5 years of any woman slave are not to be sold separately, exposed to sale or divided unless the division cannot be otherwise effected. Oh, that was courteous.
But they say that's mighty white of you.
Yeah, that's mighty white of you. But let's just be clear that 5 years old, my little man is 6. I could not imagine my 6-year-old son being taken away from her. Yo. None of my kids. But the 5, what? They made it like in 5 years. We was being nice. He was being nice, man. We didn't have to do this. She could take the motherfucker at birth. It's crazy. 5 years old, man. It's crazy. Price goes up too. As property, slaves can be used by the owner as collateral, mortgage, or sold to satisfy claims against the owner. It's crazy. And at all of these instances, remember, this is all done and co-signed by the state of Georgia. And at the time, the state of Georgia is underneath, federal government. So they make no distinction. This is local, federal, state and federal. It's the superior, inferior courts. You wanted to get freedom, you had to apply to the inferior courts and then pay them $1,000 per slave. Also, 2 Negroes, Charlotte, a girl about 6 years old, and a boy about 5-year-old, levied as the property of John Turner to satisfy fee for issued from the inferior court county.
Look how they spell Kennedy, though. Robert Kennedy. Kenady. That's crazy.
It's crazy. So look at that. So if they was 5, and remember they just said 5-year-olds can't be separated from their mother, and then right here you see separated from their mother, 5 years old. This is.
They said he was big for his age. Sorry.
Yo, white people, man. It's crazy. Now, also, this is 1840, y'all. These white folks' families is easy to find. We doing just as much. This is not hundreds of years. So for my family right now, this is one generation for me. So if your family's from Georgia, you should be able to pull up these records. Somebody right now should be able to connect to this story. And if not the story, these people. The judge who handled this case, the court of Lee County, that judge's family is still alive. I'm pretty sure, I'm willing to bet that family is still involved in law enforcement. I'm willing to take bets that if we really was petty right now, Truth, and Vyasa, you just do, I bet we can find this. Yeah, I'm almost about to do this right now. Truth, you think we could? How much you want to bet that family is still police or involved?
No, I'm gonna think they straight up redneck hillbilly, and well, they might be police still. So you're right.
If there was a judge,
if not judges and attorneys by now,
if there was a judge, then their family is still in the court system somewhere, bro. They got a kid that plays basketball. They got somebody that owns a restaurant. Like literally, this is right here. And this, you know what I'm saying? Like this is, the name is right there, y'all.
Or they high-ranked city officials running the water, doing something.
They're in the city. Like this, I'm betting money that the judge's family, there's 3 folks up here. You got the judge who handled the case. You got the person who lost the 2 black children. And you got the person who won. David Goff, Robert Kennedy, and you got the judge over the case. Those are three people that should be easily be able to found right now. This is 1840. This is not the 1600s, y'all. This is 1840s. Somebody's family interacted with these people. Young Thug got a little cousin who is definitely. JM said, "You make good money. Do you feel like we need reparations?" Yes, I feel like we need reparations. That's why the argument with the talented 10th is always misunderstood. LeBron James should be the face of run arguing for reparations. All of our rich black folks should be the loudest proponents of motherfucking reparations. Jay-Z, LeBron James, motherfucking what's the science dude, Neil deGrasse Tyson, all the talented attempts. The rap with Diddy before he was Diddy in it. Anyone that's exclusive, they should have been up in that space. THC, you said yes, sir. 1840 in Georgia. That was your great grandmother. Yo, bro, I'm pretty sure. Look what county it is. Inferior Court, Lee County. This is not difficult to do. Man, let me see. Let me look this up. Let me be petty right now.
Hey, Truth, I keep hearing you emphasize on Nat Turner's rebellion. What impact did Gabriel's rebellion have as far as restrictions being implemented on us?
He fell off.
Oh shoot, my bad. I'm sitting back doing my kids' laundry. My bad.
Oh, you good? But I would say it's all in the same space because those policies that they enacted helped to distill many of
Oh
the
yeah, that was
rebellions.
just a setup question, Q, just to kind of keep stuff going while you was researching. I had a quick minute to hit the mute button, so I just asked that to kind of see if Truth could build until you found what you was looking for. But yeah, it's the same thing. Just a little bit before, it would have been what, 30 years before Nat Turner.
Yeah, I'm gonna put this link in the chat for this Georgia document. It's a good one right here, y'all. I might make this a little video theme. Do the AI videos, but do it myself. Like when I do go around on little tours and just explain the slave codes right in front of the courthouse. Hey, that's actually a dope idea. Might have to do that.
Just remember, you can go all the way back to 1522. It's Ordienza des Negros or something like that, and that would be the first of them. I want to say it was Cuba or Santo Domingo, but that would have been your first ones in this hemisphere where you start to see slave, whether wording you want to put, slave or black codes being implemented on us. It's
Well, it wouldn't be for the
1522.
length of history. It would be for the connection to reparations in the story. Where like,
Yeah.
you know what I mean? Like this is what happened. Like when we just went over North Carolina. I don't know if you saw that part, but like just specifically, this is 1800. This was 1855. These 1860. This was going on, y'all. Like right now. This is not to say right now, but that's right there. That's a couple of family members ago, y'all. And these people still walking around. Still walking around. All right, so that's the Georgia one, North Carolina. Let me see. This New Jersey, Mississippi black codes. It's the wrong document. This is post. Yeah, let me switch up and go to New York. 2:30 started in New York. I think he was gonna be here to continue with it. All right, so that's what he's saying. The Dutch West Indian Company declares that it will endeavor to supply colonialists with as many blacks as they conveniently can. That's why they say thousands of black people were brought through New York. The Dutch West Indian Company constitutes a punishment for drawing a knife against another person. The accused must pay a fine of 50, blah, blah, blah. Months with the Negroes in chains. Work 3 months with Negroes in chains. And again, I'd rather stay in the, just to make the conversation easier. All right. Following the failure of the newly formed New York Manumissions Society to pass a bill through Senate completely abolishing slavery in the state, lobbied successfully, blah blah blah. New York regarding Enslaved People Act, an act concerning slaves, new conditions, response to the growing abolitionist settlements in the Quaker movement in North America, the North New Yorkers decrees, manumission slaves. Um 1801, an act concerning slaves and servants. The state amends and reinforces a number of existing statutes. It is again stated that any Negro, mulatto, or mestiz who is, and this is your mestizo, who is currently enslaved shall continue to be enslaved unless he is manumitted by law. The process of manumission is clarified, dictating that owners of enslaved people may accomplish it by via certificate or in a will. Any manumitted person who is over the age of 50 or otherwise unable to provide for themselves must be maintained at their owner's expense. Die younger, nigga. That's what they were saying. Collection of which is to be taken by the overseers of the poor. Rules against the transfer of enslaved people are reinforced, with any addition stipulation that enslaved persons may be brought into the state if their owner is intending to take up residence in New York and has owned this enslaved person for more than a year prior. It's crazy. Act concerning slaves. It's still returning. Going to the act concerning slaves and servants passes. Fully abandoning the abandonment program. No more infant children may be given up by their owners. Enslavers may, however, abandon the children of the enslaved people once they reach the age of 18 for females and 21 for males, provided these persons are sufficiently able to provide for themselves. All right, an act to prevent frauds, perjuries at elections, and to prevent slaves from voting, 1811. The state declares that whenever any black person or mulatto person shall present himself to vote, he must produce an official certificate for his freedom. Election officials are empowered to require this prospective voter to make legally binding oath proclaiming his identity, and court justices, mayors, recorders, and judges are empowered to call in any outside parties to sign an affidavit attesting his identity. A voter found guilty of falsely swearing his oath may be charged with perjury, and an outside party that refuses to heed these summons may be imprisoned for 1 month. All right, so New York, further with the statutes enacted in 1799, emancipation laws, while those born to enslaved parents on or after July 4th of 1799 remain classified as servants until the ages specified originally, 25 for females, 28 for males. Children born to enslaved parents after the passage of the new act will be released from servitude on their 21st birthday. It's crazy. All right, every enslaver in custody of a child under these laws is now required to provide education for the child such that he can read by 18, or else provide them with 4 quarters of schooling between the ages of 10 and 18. They shall do so. The child released from servitude at age 18 and placed under the custody of the overseers of the poor until age 21. Gotta look that up. The overseers of the poor. Enslaved people brought into the state must be taught to read. Rules regarding export and import of enslaved peoples are tightened still, but it remains legal for travelers from out of state of New York accompanied by the enslaved persons. Finally, it's declared that all enslaved persons born before July 4th and cut off will be declared, established date. Right, we read that. All free persons covered wish to vote are required to swear an oath. And what did you see? For at least 3 years, been a citizen, and raised 1 year held property value of greater than $250. And these were not voided until 1870. So that was a tool to keep voter turnout low. So if your family was in New York at this time and they didn't vote, in my opinion, you should be able to connect it to this. They ain't had the money to vote. And this is an example of economic zoning. Redlining. These stipulations stifle the ability for Black people to get a political voice. You know what I'm saying? So, and it's also pushed the need for Black people to get into higher forms of society so as to be able to make more money. But then if they couldn't make money, you know, these challenges the ability for them to vote. Right? All right. But again, slave owners, privilege granted to slave owners in the revised statutes 1830 are repealed. Enslaved persons of enslavers moving to New York will no longer be bound as servants, and enslavers may no longer bring enslaved people while visiting the state. This is 1841. And that's the end of that right there. Let me see the other one got more information. No, that's the end of it right there. From there, it will be the period of like Jim Crow in New York. All right. All right. I'm about to save the sources for tomorrow now, y'all. Put the link in the chat. It's 5 minutes up. Not, you know, Vayasa, I see I got something to say. I'm hit that end button. I'm catching up with time, y'all. I forgot it's Monday. Cycle goes live. So it wasn't supposed to go live when he's live. But I definitely had to, you know, get this off. So, great stream. Hope y'all enjoyed it in the chat. And yeah, link is in the chat. And that's about to be a wrap.
Good stuff, Q. I'm still putting this laundry up. But good stuff. Thanks for letting me up, bro.
You already, we be back at it tomorrow.
Yeah, great stuff. Yeah, this is moving on to the next level. Good stuff.
Appreciate you.
Black mass, I don't need one. They tried to push me back cause I don't need them. When them shots start the fire, you gon' need one. Malcolm in the chamber, Miami needs son. Black mass, I don't need one. They tried to push me back cause I don't need them. When them shots start the fire, you gon' need one. Malcolm in the chamber, Miami needs son. I look you straight in your face and call out your nonsense. I give you fight to your face and call out the palm print. Black is my race and the only thing I'm acknowledging. Survived so many days as a slave, so now I'm not following none of your rules or your talking points or your politics. Once was a fool for your coin, but now we counterfeit. Survival of the fittest, it's a black power apocalypse. Black man, no cape in his hand, I'm always popping shit. Black mass, I don't need one. They tried to push me back cause I don't need them. When them shots start the fire, you gon' need one. Malcolm in the chamber, Miami needs son. Black mass, I don't need one. They tried to push me back cause I don't need them. When them shots start the fire, you gon' need one. Malcolm in the chamber, Miami needs son.